Chapter 410. The homeroom teacher flew into a rage and almost smashed the table on the podium. All of you, go tomorrow. You must snatch that table back for me. Earn back this face for me. Hence, the scene in front of them happened. Year 2, Class 7, everyone moved to meet up with Xiao Duo again. At this moment, near the window, a middle-aged man was holding a teacup and sipping tea. He looked gentle and refined. He seemed to have a good temper and a kind face. His position was the best place to watch the fight over the table. He didn't even need to stand up. He could see everything clearly just by tilting his head. The man's face was filled with a gentle smile. The first impression he gave was that he had a good temper and was very easy to talk to. However, Zhao Wenxing and his classmates didn't dare to look in his direction. This was because this person was none other than Zhao Wenxing's homeroom teacher. He was also the person who lost his temper and almost beat his student to death yesterday. Today, the homeroom teacher gave a strict order: the whole class was to go. They had fought with Xiao Duo before. If they couldn't win, they would all stand and eat. As for who would go up, you all can discuss among yourselves. I don't care. The outcome of a fight over a table between students was related to the teacher's pride. If Xiao Duo had snatched a table from someone in the same year, the homeroom teacher wouldn't be angry. Class 1 was originally a class of geniuses, and every student was the cream of the crop. Xiao Duo himself was the champion of the Longhu leaderboard. Now that he had just entered the high martial school, he hadn't started his systematic teaching yet. With his original foundation, it was normal for him to lose. But now, it was Xiao Duo who had won against a senior. Then, the situation would be completely different. Obviously, this teacher felt extremely humiliated. He didn't even dare to go to the canteen where the teachers ate. It was said that when he went to eat last night, a few teachers he was familiar with were gossiping about him. He was so embarrassed that he almost committed suicide on the spot. Old Tian, I heard that your student was beaten up by a freshman. Ha ha ha, I thought it was a joke. Why? Look at your expression, is it true? Ha ha ha. TSK, TSK, TSK. Old Tian's teaching standard is really good. Sigh, if my student were to be beaten up by a junior, how ashamed would I be? At the very least, I wouldn't be able to face my colleagues. Sigh, how embarrassing. They were all old acquaintances, so they didn't have any qualms about joking around. After being in the Hidden Dragon High Martial School for so many years, their mouths were as sharp as knives, and their tongues were as sharp as blades. Teacher Tian was already lucky that he didn't vomit blood on the spot. Why aren't you sitting? Xiao Duo looked surprised. It's rare to have an empty seat. Why don't you sit down and eat? What are you standing there for? The surrounding students, as well as Meng Zhangjun, who was standing behind Xiao Duo, could not bear to watch. Don't you have the slightest idea why she didn't want to sit? A pig's nose is stuck in a scallion, what are you pretending for? Opposite. Zhao Wenxing took a deep breath and patted the table. Xiao Duo, there's an empty table here. Do you dare to sit? This was an official challenge. Xiao Duo laughed. Thank you, seniors, for reserving seats for us. Come, everyone, let's go and sit. Let's not waste our seniors' good intentions. As he spoke, he took the lead and sat down. Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing, Meng Zhangjun, Zhen Piapiao, and the others did not show any signs of weakness. They walked over one by one and sat down on the seats one by one. In just a moment, the table of 16 people was already full. Even the other students in Xiaoduo's class who did not have a seat also sat next to those who had a seat. 36 people, not a single one was missing. All of them sat steadily and did not say a word. All the spectators looked solemn. Teacher Tian, who was sitting by the window, showed a serious and admiring expression. Not leaving, not abandoning, and going through hardships together. Just this point alone was worthy of a thumbs up. The attitude of the 36 people in the class who advanced and retreated together was undoubtedly expressed in the silence. Many students had looks of envy on their faces as well as sighing. Because this was something that could not be done in their class. This also proved another point: other than Zhuoxiao Duo, the other 35 people were willing to bet on Zhuoxiao Duo. If Zhuoxiao Duo won, everyone would sit down and eat together. If Zhuoxiao Duo lost, everyone would stand and eat together. If you win, I will accompany you in glory and wealth. If you lose, I will accompany you in your downfall. The moment they sat down together, the 36 people in the class became an inseparable whole. Seeing this scene, a boy in Zhao Wenqing's class stepped out from the crowd. This person had a smile on his face. He was tall and looked about the same height as Zhuoxiao Duo. His eyes were shining, and it was obvious that his cultivation level was higher than his peers. He walked over slowly. Under everyone's gaze, he slammed the table and shouted in a deep voice, "This table is ours. Please, get up." The snatching of the table entered the process and the curtains were drawn. Zhao Wenqing said, "Zhuoxiao Duo, this is the class monitor of the 2nd grade, class 5, Wu Qing." Someone said, "Oh." The 2nd grade class 5 directly sent out their class monitor. It seemed that this battle was very important and they were determined to win. But it was no wonder. The homeroom teacher had personally come to watch. If they lost this battle, it would be very embarrassing. After all, under the basic principle of martial arts and cultivation level, if the class monitor of class 7 lost, it was equivalent to the entire class losing. The grudge with the 2nd grade class 7 would end here, or it would extend to class 4. At the very least, after class 7, class 8, class 9, and all the other classes would have to take a detour when they saw Zhuoxiao Duo. If they were unhappy, they could go and beat the class monitor of class 7 first. Then they would have the qualifications to fight for a table with Zhuoxiao Duo. This was the rule. The basic principle of snatching a table. Wu Qing. Your surname is Wu. Zhuoxiao Duo slowly stood up. That's right, my surname is Wu. Wu Qing said indifferently, the Wu Yuntian you killed, according to seniority, is a cousin of mine. But today's matter has nothing to do with the Wu family. You can call me class monitor of class 7. You don't need to call me by my name. Right now, I am only the class monitor of class 7. I represent class 7. It has nothing to do with anything else. Wu Qing said. Zhuoxiao Duo laughed loudly and said, "Good, then it's settled. Since the agreement has been set, then let's begin." Before he finished speaking, he floated up from his seat. With a flash of starlight, he flew out of the window. Wu Qing's white robe fluttered like a large bird as he flew out. With a loud bang, almost everyone squeezed to the window and took the best seats to watch the battle. The 2nd grade class 7 students were all present. The 1st grade class 1 students were all in place. The two classes were fighting for a table. Below, the two people had already turned into two whirlwinds, entangling each other and beginning their battle. Two white figures were entangled in a ball, fighting fiercely on the ground downstairs, constantly emitting pitter-patter sounds of fighting and collisions. Those with poor eyesight would not be able to tell which one was which. Ping ping pang. The two people exchanged dozens of punches, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. Then, they rushed forward and attacked with their fists and feet. From the ground to 5 meters in the air, the battle was getting more and more intense. All that could be seen were still two white figures entangled together. It was getting harder and harder to see their figures clearly. The only feeling that the spectators had was that these two were actually evenly matched. They were evenly matched. Even the head teacher of Class 7, Teacher Tian, had a serious expression. Xiao Duo had just entered the school less than half a month ago, and his own student had already trained bitterly in the Hidden Dragon High School for a year. Moreover, he was the top talent in the class, second to none. It was actually a draw. Boom! Another palm met, and the two white figures were separated by the aftershock. They flew out like large birds, and almost at the same time. Clang! Clang! Two sword cries rang out at the same time. The two of them simultaneously drew their weapons as they retreated. Following that, they twisted their bodies in the air and rapidly flew back. The dazzling sword chi was dazzling and dazzling. The whistling sound of the wind breaking was breathtaking. Xiao Duo was on the left, and Wu Qing was on the right. The two people were moving at almost the same speed, and their long swords were shining with cold light, rushing to the sky. A misty rain suddenly covered the battle outside the window, and a dragon's roar sounded from Wu Qing's side. The dragon-like sword aura shook its head and wagged its tail, and it was really like a swimming dragon, shining with cold light. It forcefully plunged into the misty rain, and then came out again. Clang clang clang. The two swords clashed continuously, and neither gave way to the other. Then, there was a loud explosion, and the two people kicked each other while their swords were clashing. They were still separated, and only the sword aura lingered and did not dissipate, entangling together. Xiao Duo let out a long howl, feeling that this battle was exceptionally satisfying. A sense of pride grew in his chest, and he actually took the lead to counterattack with a loud roar. Although Wu Qing was a member of the Wu clan, his cultivation was really not to be underestimated. Xiao Duo had gone through so many accumulations, but Wu Qing's vital qi was actually above Xiaoduo's. Furthermore, his battle experience was also extremely rich. He was completely different from the opponents that Xiao Duo had encountered before. And this Wu Qing's current cultivation realm was really not very high. He was only at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. However, in the situation where there were primordial elixir realm students in his class, he was still able to suppress everyone and firmly hold the position of class monitor. Obviously, he was also a genius. Moreover, this person must be the kind of person who suppressed the agitation of his vital qi in every realm, and limited himself to breaking through. The only thing was, how many times had this person suppressed it? The more Xiao Duo fought, the more comfortable he felt. It was the kind of joy of meeting a worthy opponent and meeting a talented person. The sword light in his hand flashed, and a hazy rain mist was scattered. In a trance, there were already Xiao raindrops falling. This was the little rain sword. He had to admit that his godfather's swordsmanship was really awesome. Other than the name of the swordsmanship, which always made Xiao Duo blush, everything else was totally awesome. He was a little tired, and he couldn't finish this fight. Now, his mind was filled with the thought that there couldn't be no good people in these few clans, right? So, he was struggling with this question. Chapter 411. Xiao Duo was pleased. Due to his opponent's excellence, his swordsmanship attainments had made a breakthrough. He was becoming more and more adept at wielding his sword. However, Wu Qing, who was opposite him, was not so pleased. He was even inexplicably shocked. Could this brat in front of him actually be a demon? I suppressed my martial arts master realm 6 times and the innate realm thorny path 5 times before breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm. Now, in the embryonic breathing realm, I have already climbed to the peak and started to suppress my vital essence for the first time. It can be said that I have accumulated a lot of experience. However, with my foundation, my ability and cultivation are actually only on par with this Xiao Duo. Didn't he just enter the school? Didn't his information say that he only had innate realm cultivation? Even if he had suppressed his vital essence and limited his realm, even if he had cultivation at the pinnacle of the innate realm, he was still more than a realm away from me. How could he be so difficult to deal with? While he was feeling anxious, his long sword moved even more brilliantly. It was extremely exciting. All the spectators were unable to take their eyes off the battle. This battle simply made them feel relaxed and happy. Regardless of whether they were seniors or juniors, each and every one of them was dazzled and immersed in the battle. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the battle prowess was just a so-so. However, in this battle, the sword will, technique, agility, prediction, battle awareness, and battle experience were all meticulous and exquisite. Not only Wu Qing of the second grade, but also Zhou Xiaoduo of the first grade, both of them looked like they had been through hundreds of battles. This was something that everyone could see clearly. One was the class monitor of the first grade, and the other was the class monitor of the second grade. No matter which one it was, after this battle, they were already worthy of the position of class monitor and also worthy of the title of genius. Of course, regardless of victory or defeat, the potential of this first grade's Zhou Xiaoduo was still slightly greater. After all, he was a junior who had just entered the school. As the battle continued, the sword chi emitted by the two of them became denser and denser. The clanging sounds of collisions became more and more urgent. It was as if the wind was blowing lotus leaves, or the rain was hitting banana leaves. They connected together, and beads of all sizes fell onto the jade plate, one after the other. The misty rain continued to expand, and the raindrops gradually increased. On the other hand, the long dragon of sword chi did not weaken. It dashed left and right, shaking its head and wagging its tail. Sword light would sometimes soar into the sky and bloom in midair, and sometimes it would explode in the misty rain. After an unknown number of explosions, the two men were once again sent flying. Everyone could finally see the two men clearly. They saw that the two men's bodies and faces were covered in dense beads of sweat. It was obvious that this was caused by the fierce battle. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo spun his body again, and the sword light surged like the rising tide of the sea. From near to far, from far to near, one after another, the waves rose again and again. Just by looking at the sword light, everyone's ears seemed to have heard the sound of the rolling tide. On the other hand, Wu Qing's sword flew up and down. His entire body was like a tornado as he spun at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he had already formed a dazzling sword energy dragon that was like a cylinder. It's time to decide the victor. It was unknown who it was, but someone said softly. Everyone's expression immediately became unprecedentedly serious. They did not even dare to blink for a moment, for fear that they would miss out on something. With a long howl, Zhou Xiaoduo spread out his cat spirit sword. The surging tide of sword chi became more and more turbulent as it soared into the sky. The sword light turned the sky into waves, and the waves rolled up into the sky. For a moment, what everyone saw seemed to be an endless sea. The snow-white waves rolled up into the sky, and thousands of horses galloped and wreaked havoc, crashing down on everything. At the same time, there was also a long howl from the opposite side. The huge dragon of sword chi brazenly pierced through the endless void and arrived in the world like lightning. High up in the sky. The sword light was indeterminate and it drove straight in, continuing to attack the tide of sword chi. However, in the tide, countless raindrops fell from the sky with a pitter-patter, increasing the power of the tide that was already raging. The earth-shattering rainstorm and the tide that stretched to the horizon converged into a wave that connected the sky and the earth. The three streams of rain and tide converged and pushed back strongly. It forcefully suppressed the long dragon of sword light that was surging towards the extreme. All the senior students sighed at the same time. This. Wu Qing had lost. With two puffs, two white figures, one on the left and one on the right, appeared again. Swishaoduo's body was in mid-air, and he slowly descended. The sword light in his hand flashed, and the cat's spirit sword was already in its scabbard. His tall and straight posture returned to the ground. He was still tall and handsome, and he was still out of this world. On the opposite side, Wu Qing's white robe had 17 or 18 holes. When the breeze blew, the holes fluttered in all directions. There were also specks of blood on his face and arms. However, it was as if he did not feel it. He only looked at the long sword in his hand with a distressed expression. The long sword in his hand, which was originally shining with cold light and threatening, was now out of shape. The two sides of the blade had completely turned into saw teeth. This sword was already broken. Wu Qing sighed with melancholy, and a heartfelt heartache appeared on his face. He gently put the sword back into the scabbard, and raised his head to say, "Junior brothers, what a beautiful boxing technique, what a sharp sword technique, what a powerful sword technique. I've lost this match." Swishaoduo laughed and said with some pride, "Of course, I am the king of swords." Hearing this, both the upstairs and downstairs burst into laughter. A girl shouted, "That's the bitch of bitch, bitch king." Following this, the laughter became louder. However, Swishaoduo was not ashamed. Instead, he was proud of it. He said loudly, "I don't care if you are the king, as long as you are the king. Once the fight is over, let's eat, let's eat." On the opposite side, Wu Qing smiled bitterly and said, "That's right, I don't care if you are the king, as long as you are the king. The winner is the king, and the loser is a thief. Our second grade class 7 has lost this battle. I am sorry, teacher, I have embarrassed you." He bowed deeply towards the window. Teacher Tian stood up and laughed loudly. "You have shown your full strength. This battle, you did not lose unjustly. How is it embarrassing? I'll give you 3 months to do your best to snatch the table back. For this meal I will stand and eat with you." Swishaoduo and Wu Qing walked up the stairs side by side. Swishaoduo sat down to eat. The entire class sat down to eat. No matter if they were sitting on the chairs or sitting on the floor, they all ate with big mouthfuls of food. Their hearts were filled with excitement. Behind Swishaoduo, Teacher Tian stood upright, holding his plate with one hand. His expression was normal as he ate with big mouthfuls of food. Behind him, all the students of the second grade class 7 also stood upright, holding their plates and eating with big mouthfuls. Everyone's eyes were red. A few girls looked at their teacher's back as they ate. When they saw their teacher eating while standing, their tears fell onto their plates. At this time, no one in the dining hall spoke. The entire dining hall was silent. At most, there was the sound of swallowing, chewing, and drinking soup. This time, Swishaoduo didn't purposely speed up his meal. Instead, he followed his normal pace and finished his meal unhurriedly. He could have left early yesterday to save face for Zhao Wenxing. However, if he had left early today, Teacher Tian would have accompanied the students to be punished. His intention of educating the students by example would have been greatly reduced. That would have been disrespectful to Teacher Tian's efforts. No shame and be brave. He believed that the students of the second grade class 7 would never forget this meal for the rest of their lives. Swishaoduo wouldn't do something that would harm others without benefiting himself by ruining this special class. After eating at a normal speed, Swishaoduo put down his chopsticks. All the students of the first grade put down their chopsticks and stood in an orderly manner with solemn expressions. Swishaoduo turned around and bowed to Teacher Tian. Then, the entire class bowed to Teacher Tian once in an orderly manner. Under Swishaoduo's lead, they walked out of the dining hall in a single file and left quietly. Teacher Tian sighed softly and put down his plate. Without saying a word, he left with his hands behind his back. All the students of the second grade class 7 behind him did not speak for a long time. All of them were breathing heavily. Go back and cultivate. Cultivate as if your life depends on it. We must snatch this table back. One of them gritted his teeth and said. Just as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the head by the student next to him. What are you talking about? What are you shouting about? Incompetent and furious. If you have the time to swear, why don't you go back and cultivate? Go. Go back. Wu Qing silently waved his hand. The students of the second grade class 7 also silently lined up and left. When they left, their backs were straighter and faster than when they came. If one did not practice diligently, the school would be shamed. There was never a moment when they understood this sentence so deeply. There was never a moment when they felt so depressed and guilty in their hearts. Teacher's face was higher than the sky. This table must be snatched back. Wu Qing led the way in front with a heavy expression. There was a sentence in his heart that he did not say out loud. This table, it would be very difficult to snatch it back. With Swishaoduo's strength and progress, as long as he did not seek death, the gap between them would only grow bigger and bigger. This was not something that could be made up with hard work alone. However, it was still a motivation. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. He worked hard to catch up, hoping that in the future, he could catch up to this person's footsteps. Classes started in the afternoon. Wen Xingtian clearly knew the whole story, so he emphasized on it. Defeating the opponent is something that should be done. This is something that should be done. This is something that must be done. There is nothing worth praising. Wen Xingtian said lightly, but today, what I want to praise your class monitor, Swishaoduo. Is his attitude today. First, he did not speed up his meal. Second, he did not say a word. Third, he bowed before leaving. This is the most precious part. The principles behind this, you should understand it yourself. It will be better than me saying it 10 times or 100 times. Many people will be attacked by the crowd after they win. Many people will be admired even if they lose. The biggest difference is whether you know how to conduct yourself. These, you should understand it yourself. Then, each of you should write an essay on your understanding. The teacher's teachings were just force-feeding. What the students understood was the principles of conduct and a warning bell in their hearts in the future. Wen Xingtian would not waste his breath on these aspects. He did not say much and left a lot of empty space. After a few simple sentences, he began to explain the difficulties and things to take note of. Then, the class continued to battle. Wen Xingtian continued to be an observer. After school, Wen Xingtian gathered the class. He said lightly, there is something. After monitors was reminder yesterday, I suddenly remembered that there is something that has not been arranged. The class. Swishaoduo. I reminded you. What did I remind you of? He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Monitors were reminded me about the homework after class, Wen Xingtian said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Next, I will arrange it. It must be completed. If you can't do it by tomorrow, don't blame me for being merciless. 35 pairs of eyes stared at Swishaoduo's back in unison. They were like 70 owls. The sound of teeth grinding could be heard quietly. Swishaoduo instantly felt as if he was being dismembered by 70 sharp knives. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. Was it necessary? Was it necessary to hold such a huge grudge? He laughed dryly. Under Wen Xingtian's threatening gaze, he did not dare to deny it. He could only turn around and say weakly, I'm doing this for your own good. 35 people gritted their teeth and chuckled. Their gazes were as sharp as knives. He 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 he. Then we are really. Thank you so much. Chapter 4:12. Isn't it just some homework? Look at your attitude. Sua Xiao Duo was frightened by the stares of the whole class. He could not help but feel a little indignant. If Teacher Wen forgets in the future, I will definitely remind her. That night, when Xingtian went to the villa for the second time, he fought with Sua Xiao Duo and Li Chenglong respectively. Today, he obviously had more strength than yesterday, causing Sua Xiao Duo to scream incessantly, one after another. However, in the dimension-destroying pagoda, there was no need to worry about being seen or heard by anyone. When Xingtian had now completely grasped Sua Xiao Duo's limits, he directly pushed Sua Xiao Duo to the limit, tormenting him endlessly, attacking the precarious line of defense. From the beginning, Sua Xiao Duo was in this extreme state, and it lasted for an hour. When the time was up, when Xingtian immediately stopped without any delay. In such an extreme state, 1 hour a day is enough. I will give you some time to practice the concealed weapon fist step technique, body movement technique, especially the sword technique. Since you want to be a special type of martial artist who can constantly come up with new trump cards, then you also have to put in a lot of effort to practice and sharpen everything before you. Trump cards can't be forced out easily. It's best to keep secrets to yourself and never reveal them to the world. When Xingtian said, since you are talented enough, then do your best to squeeze yourself to the limit. If you turn all the skills you have mastered into your trump cards, then you will be able to deal with any situation, any situation, any situation. He patted Sua Xiao Duo's shoulder. Only when you are strong enough, then you are qualified to have trump cards. When you are not strong enough, keeping so-called trump cards will most likely become a dowry for others. You have to understand what I am saying. Sua Xiao Duo was lying on the floor of the space exterminating tower, panting heavily with his tongue hanging out. He was so tired that his eyes were cross-eyed. His thighs and arms were spasming as if they were not his own. He looked even more miserable and helpless than if he had been raped. When Xingtian smiled faintly and flashed out, he still had to train Li Chenglong. Dealing with 2 people in 1 day was not a problem for him. Sprinkle some water. Sua Xiao Duo gasped for breath. After 2 minutes, he finally managed to get up from the ground. When Xingtian's words kept replaying in his mind, Sua Xiao Duo felt that these words were too reasonable. They were words of wisdom. That's right, why do I have to use the hammer as my trump card? All of his methods could be trump cards. Then Sua Xiao Duo dragged his body that had not yet recovered and began to set up targets for hidden weapons in the space exterminating tower. He was so tired that he could take advantage of this time to do these logistical tasks. It was just right that he could rest while doing it. When his physical strength was almost recovered, he began high-intensity training again. Only in this way could he not waste any time. Small gourds, small flowers, small throwing knives appeared one by one. Different flow speeds, different trajectories, different directions, and different forces. Sua Xiao Duo exhausted all his energy and practiced the use of hidden weapons for half an hour. Then, while he was recovering, he began to flip through the book on hidden weapons left by He Yuanyue. He tried to figure out the essence of it, absorb the parts that he had absorbed and mastered, and integrate them into his own. In a few days, he would come into contact with the hidden dragon martial arts. Before he came into contact with the neo martial arts, he would try his best to integrate all of these into his own instincts. This would not hinder the progress of the new martial arts. An hour later, he would practice swordsmanship. In the next hour, he began to practice the techniques that his father had taught him and Nian Cat. Escape technique, footwork, and body movement. Then, he would practice his martial arts during his leisure time. After half an hour, when his physical strength had recovered to 80 to 90%, he would start hammering. This thing could not be done without sufficient physical strength. In his mind, all kinds of techniques were constantly fusing, and new insights were constantly being generated. Then, he would practice the hidden weapons again, progressing according to the time, one cycle after another. Especially under Wen Xingtian's extreme pressure, Xiaoduo realized that the insights in his heart were like weeds on fertile land that had just been moistened by heavy rain. Just as the weeds began to emerge on this side, another patch of green appeared on the other side. That night, he did not sleep at all. He continued until dawn. Until the last bit of insight was practiced by him over and over again. After he had verified it, he left the space of the Tower of Emptiness contentedly. Then, to his surprise, he realized. My goodness, it's already 5 o'clock. Although he had not slept for the whole night, his spirit was in an extremely excited state. He did not feel sleepy at all. What's more, his own cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he was already at the pinnacle of the innate realm, half a step to the embryonic breathing realm. In his dantian, it was filled with pure, fiery red vital qi. It was densely packed and was already in a state of saturation. This was the sign of having abundant vital qi and being able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm at any time. Xiaoduo tried to use the flaming sun scripture. The moment he thought about it, his dantian was like a boiling pot. With a slight circulation, it was like 10,000 horses galloping and the rising tide of the sea, lasting for a long time. Swa! Are you up? Li Chenglong's voice rang out like a broken gong. I'm up. Let's go. Let's go to school. When they reached school, Xiaoduo went to look for Wen Xingtian before classes started. Teacher Wen, is there a special technique that can suppress the agitation of vital qi and limit one's own limits? Xiaoduo asked tentatively. Wen Xingtian was stunned. You have already reached the stage where you can break through to the embryonic breathing realm. Yes. Xiaoduo was depressed. Now, my dantian is already a little bloated. I'm worried that if I get agitated at some point, I won't be able to suppress the breakthrough. If I really break through accidentally, it will have a huge impact on my future progress. I hope to enter the next big realm when my foundation is at its limit. When Xingtian reached out and touched Xiaoduo's wrist. After checking, he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. He had not reached such a stage last night. How was it that in just one night, this brat seemed to have eaten a treasure of heaven and earth? Tell me, what's going on? Wen Xingtian asked. It's... Last night, when you were sparring with me, you were saying those words. Xiaoduo frowned and said, especially after you left, I calmed down and thought about it bit by bit. In the end, I don't know what happened, but I had a lot of realizations and understandings. I practiced everything that I had learned in the past, and that's how it is now. I really don't have any other encounters. Xiaoduo spread out his hands with a helpless look on his face that deserved a beating. When Xingtian laughed and scolded, look at how smug you are. Although he was lecturing him, his heart was filled with gratification. In the end, Xiaoduo was still inexperienced. He only knew the concept but not the reason. But how could Wen Xingtian not know the significance of a sudden epiphany to a cultivator, and the benefits that came with it? Wen Xingtian admired Xiaoduo's foresight and felt gratified. Young people nowadays were all self-righteous. Few of them really took the words of their teachers and parents to heart. As for those who really practiced it, it was even more rare. Most of them would only have the same realizations when they encountered similar situations. Only then would they really mature and grow up in this aspect. It was the same for ordinary people and martial artists. Although there was a huge difference in strength, in the end, they were all human and had the bad habits of human beings. And this was the most troublesome problem for teachers. It was not that they did not understand or did not want to teach, but that they did not want to learn. Or even if they learned it, they would not put it into practice, let alone understand it by analogy and draw inferences from it. This was the most helpless thing. Ordinary people could make mistakes and correct them. But a martial artist's mistake was a different concept from an ordinary person's mistake. This was also the disadvantage of having a strong foundation of strength. Once a martial artist made a mistake, it was rare for him to have another chance to understand in his life. What he lost was his life. In life, how could there be so many chances to start over after making a mistake? These words were even more fitting when applied to martial artists. What was learned on paper was shallow, and what was learned had to be done personally. This sentence was not suitable for martial artists. To martial artists, every powerhouse imparting their experiences to you was a lucky chance. If you were to be respectful and grateful, and if you understood, you would be able to avoid death in the future battlefield. And those who did not know how to respect and fear the strong, did not know how to be grateful, and did not cherish this opportunity. If they died, they died. Even if it was a peerless genius, it was the same. The so-called premature death in the middle of the road was the norm. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo was able to calm his heart and ponder over every word he said. Then, he was able to comprehend them. This was a very gratifying thing. Comprehension and comprehension were actually two different things. Realization was beginning to feel something, but it did not touch on how to put it into action. Understanding, on the other hand, was completely understanding and mastering. A special technique to suppress a breakthrough. There really is no such technique. Suppressing the restlessness of the true essence can only be done by oneself. When Xingtian smiled bitterly and said, "This matter can only depend on one's perseverance, endurance, strength, talent, and foundation." Speaking of which, if there really is such a technique, then wouldn't the world be full of geniuses? When Xingtian frowned and pondered, "In a while, I will impart to you a mental cultivation method of the Ice Heart Jade Urn. Every time you suppress the restlessness of the true essence, you can try to use this mental cultivation method. Although this mental cultivation method cannot help you completely suppress your own limits, it can calm your heart and let you enter a tranquil state. Diligently practice this technique, you will benefit for life." Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed. "Thank you, Teacher Wen. But, in the matter of calming the restlessness of the true essence and restricting a breakthrough, you cannot rely too much on the mental cultivation method of the Ice Heart Jade Urn. Suppressing a breakthrough, in the end, it still depends on your own patience, tenacity, and perseverance." When Xingtian said, "Now, look inside your dantian and confirm the current state of your yuan qi." Chapter 413. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little confused. State. When Xingtian sighed, "The vital qi in your dantian is vaporized. Or is it vaporized? If it is vaporized, to what extent is it? Is it mist? Or is it a pervasive mist? Or is it a thick mist? Or is it a very thick churning mist?" Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and looked inside his dantian. "Right now, my primordial qi is in a red state. It is already very, very dense, like a thick fog that is churning like a tide." When Xingtian's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch a little. He just asked casually, but he never expected to get such a result. Generally, when martial arts practitioners practice star vital qi, the vital qi in their dantian was different for every realm. Below the martial arts master level, one could feel the dantian and vital qi, but one couldn't really see it. That feeling was, "I have it, I am very strong, I am very powerful, but I can't see it." This was pure vaporization. At the innate realm, the basic state of the vital qi in one's dantian was a kind of mist. This kind of mist was like the wisps of mist floating in the air in the early morning. It was very faint and visible to the naked eye, but that was it. Most of it was vaporized, and only a small part of it was vaporized. This was the normal state of most people in the innate realm. The vital chi that was vaporized was called innate chi. Before the martial arts master broke through to the innate realm, the more times he suppressed his vital chi, the thicker the mist would be when he reached the innate realm. This was different from person to person. For example, when Xingtian himself was also a genius. He suppressed his advancement 7 times when he broke through to the innate realm as a martial arts master. When he reached the later stage of the innate realm, the mist in his dantian was already pervasive and was about to become a thick mist. At the embryonic breathing realm, it would form vital chi clouds. Depending on the number of times he suppressed it, the clouds would be different. Basically, most of it was vaporized, and a small part of it was vaporized. In the white mist, there was a condensed cloud. It could be called embryonic breathing. As for how much, it all depended on one's talent and hard work. Above that, in the inner core realm, there would be a small amount of liquefaction of yuan qi. 1 drop of yuan qi could be called core formation in martial arts. However, it was actually just a drop of liquefied yuan qi. It could be called core essence. At this time, a small portion of the vital energy vaporized, most of it turned into mist, a small portion turned into clouds, and an extremely small amount turned into liquefaction. The most obvious characteristic of the soul transformation stage was that there would be a small amount of solidification of vital energy. Similarly, if there was a single drop of solidification, it could be called soul transformation. However, there was a qualitative change in the nascent soul realm. As long as the dantian's origin qi still had a trace of vaporization, it was impossible to break through to the nascent soul realm. And these small amounts, as the cultivator continued to break through their limits in their current realm and later realms, the small amounts would continue to grow, increase in quantity, increase in size, increase in density, increase in purity, and so on. It would depend on how hard one worked. Let's not talk about this for now. As for Huayun in the future. I've digressed. The primordial qi in Zhuoxiaoduo's dantian was in a state of extremely dense fog, and there were even signs of it surging like a tide. And its color? Red? Oh, it was fine if it was red. After all, everyone knew that Zhuoxiaoduo cultivated the Flaming Sun Sutra. It was reasonable for it to have its own characteristics. But what about the thick fog that was surging like a tide? How dense is the fog in your dantian? How much of it has vaporized? Wen Xingtian asked again. It's probably a foggy day where you can't even see your own fingers. That kind of density. Vaporized. No. It should be gone. Zhuoxiaoduo scratched his head and answered hesitantly. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. When Xingtian coughed a few times, turned his head, and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Damn it, this kid actually spat out a mouthful of old phlegm. Can't even see your own fingers. Vaporized. When Xingtian didn't want to talk anymore. When I reached the nascent soul stage and started to condense my nascent soul, the primordial qi in my dantian wasn't completely vaporized. There was still a considerable amount of fog surging in the air. At that time, it was just a thick fog, but it wasn't so thick that I couldn't even see my own fingers. This description was simply horrifying. Is there water down there? When Xingtian rolled his eyes and asked. Zhuoxiaoduo hurriedly checked. No, it's very dry. Oh. No. That's normal. Your martial arts are still far from there. When Xingtian patted Zhuoxiaoduo's shoulder, keep up the good work. Then he turned around and left. A few seconds later, when Xingtian's angry roar could be heard from the other side. Who was so blind to provoke Teacher Wen? And today, Teacher Wen's temper seemed to be particularly explosive. Li Chenglong and the others looked at Wen Xingtian, who was originally fine, but after talking to Sua Xiao Duo, he walked over with a face full of disbelief. They were all anxious. It seemed that Sua had complained about us in front of Teacher Wen. In the afternoon, after careful consideration, Wen Xingtian picked 7 people and asked them to fight with Sua Xiao Duo. Don't be afraid. Beat him up. The 7 of them had bitter expressions on their faces. Beat him up. Teacher, do you even believe what you said? Sua Xiao Duo immediately understood Wen Xingtian's intention as he battled with the 7 students. These 7 students might not have the highest cultivation level, their family backgrounds weren't the best, and their perception and aptitude weren't the most outstanding. But these 7 people had the least number of flaws in their moves and styles. There was nothing wrong with their actions, manners, habits, and way of attacking. Moreover, their martial arts were exceptionally compatible with their bodies. From head to toe, they were the standard teaching material for embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioners. When these 7 people joined forces, their suppression of Sua Xiao Duo was even sharper than when 10 or 20 people joined forces to attack. However, it was still not enough of a threat to Sua Xiao Duo. In fact, what Sua Xiao Duo was doing was like training with Wen Xingtian. He was suppressing his opponent's limits and attacking fiercely. To use an inappropriate analogy, it was like a steel nail that was already standing straight. He only needed to raise a sledgehammer and smash it straight down. Naturally, they would follow the direction of the source of the power and automatically drill to the deepest place. Sua Xiao Duo naturally would not be stingy with such a task. He launched a crazy attack according to his wishes and beat him up fiercely. However, as he beat him up, Sua Xiao Duo slowly felt. Wasn't he now equivalent to an assistant teaching? This hidden dragon high martial arts school assistant teaching. Did he get a salary? This was time-consuming and energy-consuming. In addition, most of the students in Class 1 were geniuses who had already advanced to the embryonic breathing realm in the secondary martial arts school. There were only 6 people who were still in the innate realm now. These people included Sua Xiao Duo, Li Chenglong, Zhen Piapiao, Yu Yan, Pai Yibao, and Jiao Kuang. In a week's time, the first preliminary test will begin. After school in the afternoon, the 7 students who were picked out by Wen Xingtian had already been drilled to death by Sua Xiao Duo. Wen Xingtian released this notice at the right time. You have already been in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School for 4 days. Under normal circumstances, the first round of the preliminary test for new students will begin in 10 days. Start recording the credits of the first round and the current results. Wen Xingtian said, this time, the credits and rewards will also be ranked. The reward for the first place will include a bottle of marrow cleansing pills and 1,000 credits. So, all the way to the top 10 will be rewarded with credits. After the top 10, there will be no reward. Wen Xingtian said, so, you can start preparing now. Normally, the first preliminary test's destination is to hunt star beasts. Go to the meteorite plains and hunt star beasts individually. In the end, the winner will be based on quantity and quality. Regardless of any moves or attack patterns, as long as it's an individual's method, you can use it. They hunted star beasts on an individual basis. In the end, the winner will be based on quantity and quality. Regardless of any moves or attack patterns, as long as it's an individual's method, you can use it. Wen Xingtian put his hands behind his back and walked to and fro in front of the queue. He said calmly, let me tell you, I don't expect you to be able to take the top 10. However, Class 1 is still the first genius class. If even the top 3 get away, I'll skin you when I come back. When the students heard this, they couldn't help but feel disgusted. Why did it sound like Teacher Wen was saying that taking the top 3 was such a simple thing? There's no hurry now. Don't worry. If more than 3 of the top 10 spots are taken by other classes, I'll skin you when I come back. Lastly, it's a Xiao duo. If you don't get the championship, even if the championship falls to other people in our class, I'll still skin you. When it came to it, he actually added another condition for his Xiao duo. It was a heavy condition that was very difficult to fulfill. Sui Xiao duo couldn't help but look confused. The first 2 conditions were fine. Everyone worked hard together and got punished together. However, why did the last condition become him? And he wanted to directly lock in the championship. Teacher Wen, this is very unfair. However, how could Wen Xingtian talk about fairness and unfairness with him? He waved his hand and said, dismissed. Then he said, Sui Xiao duo, follow me. Sui Xiao duo followed Wen Xingtian with a look of nostalgia. He pondered as he walked. Missions and trials are just a piece of cake for me, aren't they? The others are fine, but I can use this wave to accumulate supplies for the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger. Using the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger to help me improve is still the most convenient. The last time so many martial artists fought with him in the snowy night, the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger had made a huge profit. It had been a long time since then, and he didn't have much left after scrimping and saving. On the way to Fenghai, he didn't recharge much, so he only cared about rushing. And this trial was an opportunity. Also, he didn't have a lot of luck points left. Although he hadn't used them, he only had a total of 70 points. Looking at the new round of suppressing the restlessness of his vital essence and self-limiting breakthrough, he would definitely consume a lot of luck points. How could he feel at ease, that after coming to the Hidden Dragon High School, Sui Xiao duo felt that everything was good. The only flaw was that he was dissatisfied. He had tried every means to recommend his fortune-telling ability regardless of the occasion and place, but until now, no one had come to him for fortune-telling. Well, that time with Grandma sure didn't count. Because he didn't know how long it would take for the injustice to be redressed, the luck points would take a long time to come. How could these guys be so calm? Didn't they know that they had missed a great opportunity that fell from the sky for no reason? For people like Sui Xiao duo, luck points, cultivation progress, and wealth. Naturally, the more these things he had, the better. Sui Xiao duo would feel that he had lost money if he didn't make any progress or increase for a day. Yes, although he didn't lose money, after a day, Sui Xiao duo felt that he had lost money. Therefore, he had to continue working hard. Chapter 4:14. He followed Wen Xingtian to the teacher's office absent-mindedly. Wen Xingtian took out a book from the drawer and said, "This is the Ice Heart Jade Urn mental cultivation method. Take it back and read it thoroughly. After understanding it carefully, you can start cultivating. Remember to return it to me tomorrow morning." Okay. Thank you, teacher. Okay, get lost. I'll go to the villa to continue in 40 minutes. Hurry up and eat. Wen Xingtian rolled his eyes and waved his hand as if he was shooing away flies. 40 minutes. Hearing this, Sui Xiao duo was like a fast horse that had its butt cut by a knife. He immediately rushed out with a whoosh. And so it went on for 3 days. Everything was calm and tranquil. Every day went on as planned. Sui Xiao duo, on the other hand, had completed his first self-limitation breakthrough in these 3 days. When he first felt and suppressed the restless real vitality, Sui Xiao duo truly felt that he had almost made a mistake and his chi meridians had gone astray. The suppression this time was completely different from when he had suppressed the restless real vitality in the martial master realm. One was heaven and one was earth. At the beginning of the suppression of the innate vital chi, there was an extreme negative reaction. It felt as if 10,000 steel needles had pierced into his dantian. Xiao Duo widened his eyes and opened his mouth instinctively. He took a few deep breaths and his face contorted. At this moment, he remembered that the process of the innate stage's vital qi compression seemed to be called the thorny road in martial arts. The pain was unimaginable. He also remembered that the compression of the innate stage was rumored to be the most painful part of the cultivation journey. It tested one's endurance and perseverance the most. For someone as strong as Xiaoyan, suppressing the thorny road 8 times was already the limit of her body and breaking through the embryonic breathing realm. It was actually so painful. Xiao Duo took a deep breath. Thinking of this, he actually felt that it wasn't so painful anymore. Nian Nian Cat has only suppressed it 8 times. Wahahaha. Xiao Duo trembled and laughed. I finally have something to surpass you. Come on. His body trembled as he continued the compression process. However, the feeling of the sharp needles stabbing into his meridians became more and more intense with every inch of compression. As time passed, even his meridians began to feel pain. It was as if ants were gnawing at his meridians, biting and tearing at his meridians bit by bit. When it was compressed halfway, the meridians all over his body were in unbearable pain. It was as if millions of red-hot steel needles were piercing through his meridians. Xiao Duo bit the corner of his mouth until it bled, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Xiao Duo did not expect that he had already wanted to give up several times during the first compression of his true essence. There were only 2 things that kept him going. The first was that he wanted to become stronger. Secondly, even Nian Nian Cat could persist for 8 times. Even a girl could persevere 8 times, but I couldn't even persevere once. How could this be? How could that be? What a joke. Master Zhuo refused to accept this. Master Zhuo would definitely persevere. Xiao Duo screamed crazily all the way, but he suppressed it and persevered. Fortunately, he was in the space of the Tower of Emptiness at that time. Otherwise, the children within dozens of miles would not dare to cry because of his screams. That was really miserable to the extreme. Finally, Xiao Duo successfully compressed the primordial qi in his dantian. The primordial qi that originally filled his dantian only occupied 1/3 of the space in his dantian. In fact, the main reason why it was so difficult and miserable was that Xiao Duo was too careless. He forgot that Qin Fangyang, Xiaoyan, and even Mu Yanyan had mentioned the thorny road to him more than once. In other words, he did not pay attention to it at all. After all, when a martial master broke through to the primordial realm, he only needed to suppress it. Xiao Duo did not expect that the thorny road to the primordial realm would be so painful and miserable. As for Wen Xingtian, Teacher Wen really did not expect this guy to start his first compression of the vital essence so soon. According to Wen Xingtian's estimation, it would take at least 10 days. Which was the end of this round of trials, for Xiao Duo to reach the point where he had to suppress it. Of course, this was not because Teacher Wen's estimation was too far off, but because he did not know enough about Xiao Duo's background. After Xiao Duo obtained the Ice Heart Jade Urn divine skill, he no longer had any scruples and crazily absorbed the spiritual qi. With the help of the top-grade Jade of Astral Souls and the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger, Xiao Duo was promoted to the level of spiritual qi explosion in just 2 days. If Wen Xingtian knew about this, he would have told him in advance that the so-called compression of the vital essence was usually 1/3 of the way down. At most, half of the way down was already the limit of the human body. If the vital essence was further compressed, the person involved would have to endure 10 times more pain than before. It was even more dangerous than dancing on the tip of a knife. Once he lost control, the vital essence in his dantian would be reversed and his body would explode. Without any luck, his divine soul would be destroyed and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. That was how dangerous it was. But it was a pity that Duo didn't know anything about it. He only knew that the vital essence in the dantian was compressed. The smaller the volume, the purer the vital essence. He had only compressed it to a third of the way down. It looked like it was far from being fully compressed. How could he surpass Nian Nian at this rate? Since there was still room for improvement, he had to continue. Well, the one-third that Wen Xingtian said was different from the one-third that Duo said. Wen Xingtian's one-third meant that he had suppressed one-third, but Duo's one-third meant that he had already suppressed one-third. In other words, he had already exceeded Wen Xingtian's safety standard of half. But how would Duo know this standard? Therefore, he continued to compress his vital essence and pressed it down forcefully. Ouch! Duo was trembling all over. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs were bulging out of their sockets. He looked up and howled, "It hurts so much. Ouch, 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 ouch." As he howled, he continued to compress. "Keep it down. Keep it up. Aw, aw, aw. Ouch, ouch, ouch." Duo roared. The vital essence was compressed bit by bit under the repeated pressure. Gradually, it surpassed one-third and reached about one-fourth of the way down. There was still room for improvement, which meant that it was not enough. Keep compressing. 1/5. 1/7. Duo clenched his teeth and continued. He couldn't even scream now. Under the influence of the extreme pain, he stubbornly tried to understand it like this. If he could suppress one-third of it, it meant that he could suppress it 3 more times. 1/4 meant that he could suppress it 4 more times. Even if he suppressed it to 1/10, he would only be able to suppress it twice more than Nian Nian Cat. What was this? A mere 2 times. That's not as good as not much. It could not withstand the pain he was enduring. Since it was already so painful, he might as well go all the way and make it much more painful than Nian Nian Cat. So. Continue. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Duo could vaguely feel that his meridians were cracking, as if they could not withstand the pressure and were about to explode. His heart skipped a beat, and he transferred out a drop of luck points. He only used half a drop, and it turned into a cool air that merged into his meridians. Instantly, the feeling disappeared, and his meridians returned to normal. Don't use it if you can. Save it. Duo's heart ached. Although he had used it, it was still half a drop. And looking at the situation, it seemed that he would need a lot of luck points to suppress it all the way. Forget it, keep compressing. Ow, 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 ow. He suppressed it all the way to 1/17. He saved his luck points and used them at 2.5. It seemed that there was no way to suppress it anymore. At this moment, the vital essence in his dantian had completely stopped at the bottom of his dantian, almost like a pancake. Although it was still a dense fog of vital essence, it had been suppressed by Duo to the point that it was like a solid object. This time, he really could not suppress it anymore. Even if he suffered more pain, he could not suppress it anymore. 1/17. It seemed that it was only twice as strong as Nian Nian Cat. It did not seem to be a big deal, right? Duo, who was extremely unwilling, frowned as he tried to think of a way. After a while, he suddenly had an idea. With a thought, a hammer made of yuan qi was formed in his dantian. He controlled the hammer with his mind and smashed it down on the vital essence pancake at the bottom of his dantian. It could not be compressed. Then I'll smash it down one by one. This was the method that Duo came up with from blacksmith Wu's memory of forging and tempering. He had obtained the 100 tempering iron, and it was nothing more than tempering it 1,000 times. If he could not suppress it with force, he would smash it. He did not believe that he could not continue to compress it. One hammer. Boom. Pooh. Duo's meridians went against the flow, and a mouthful of blood rushed up and sprayed onto the ceiling. What the fuck? Xiaoduo hurriedly stopped. He used the Ice Heart Jade Urn mental cultivation method and luck points to suppress his vital essence and repair his meridians. I'm fine. Another hammer. With the Ice Heart Jade Urn mental cultivation method to calm his meridians, luck points to repair his meridians. With every hammer smash, Xiaoduo's body would convulse in pain. He smashed it again, and again. Xiaoduo's eyes were bulging, and his mouth was shut. He smashed it down continuously as if he was fighting for his life. In the end, even his meridians were numb. However, the effect was obvious. His vital essence was smashed into a thin pancake. My current volume is about 1/24 of my Dantian's volume. Does this mean that I can compress it to 24 times? Xiaoduo finally felt that it was enough. Even if it was not enough, he could not smash it anymore. No matter how hard he smashed it, the volume of his vital essence did not change in the slightest. Why don't I do this? Xiaoduo was actually not satisfied with the current situation. If possible, he wanted to smash it down to 1%. Of course, 1,000th would be more ideal. However, it seemed that there was no such possibility now. Although it's 16 or 17 times more than Nian Nianmao, it's still not 20 times. Just barely. Xiaoduo had achieved his goal. He was proud and could not help but feel proud. Chapter 4:15. But when he recalled the description of the thorny path, he still felt a lingering fear. The thorny path was really fucking more painful than the last time. The last few times he reached the limit of his endurance, he ended up wandering around in purgatory. Moreover, there was even a possibility of his body exploding with true essence. He had never heard of such danger before. Wasn't it just pain? Why did it almost explode when it came to him? Something was obviously wrong. After exiting the space of the spatial extermination tower, Xiaoduo lay on the bed like a puddle of mud, unable to move for a long time. After a long while, he realized that the surrounding spiritual qi was gathering towards him like a tsunami. Especially on his back. The huge middle-grade jade of astral soul's mattress that he had placed there earlier was filled with spiritual qi. It was as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, flowing into his meridians through the pores on his back. After all, Xiaoduo's dantian was now empty. In this place filled with spiritual qi, it was like a vacuum vortex, swallowing the spiritual qi like a whale swallowing the sea and gobbling up the sea. Good chance. Xiaoduo maintained his original position and continued to lie down. His hands moved and a pile of jade of astral souls appeared on the bed. He grabbed a few pieces in each hand and circulated the Flaming Sun Sutra with all his might, forcefully absorbing the jade of astral souls in his hands. This process took less than a minute. The 7 or 8 jade of astral souls in his hands had all turned into powder. Even Xiaoduo himself was shocked by this result. But it didn't matter, he continued. Xiaoduo frantically absorbed the jade of astral souls. It was daybreak. Xiaoduo sat up on the bed. There was a thick layer of powder all around him. Even his butt had fallen into the hole, the middle-grade jade of astral soul's mattress had turned into powder. And his dantian was still not full. He didn't have enough jade of astral souls on hand. Xiaoduo greeted Li Chenglong and asked him to apply for leave for him. Then, he anxiously rushed to the entrance of the Hidden Dragon High School. Yes, there's a lingerie store nearby. Although he didn't know if Fang Yinhua had bought the other shop, it was impossible to transform it into a coffee shop in such a short time. Even if he was willing to spend a lot of money, it was absolutely impossible. However, Xiaoduo couldn't wait any longer. Left with no other choice, Master Zhuo went to a women's clothing store under the guise of buying clothes for his girlfriend. He bought a set of clothes from the inside out and even bought a bra. She crazily changed her appearance, put on a mask, stuffed 2 mangoes into her mouth, and used her inner power to suck them in. Then, she put on a cool spaghetti strap dress, wrapped a soft white scarf around her neck, and used the bone-shrinking skill to shorten her body by more than 20 centimeters. She put on a hat, a veil, and sprayed perfume. Then, she swayed her hips and walked towards the ladies' lingerie store. She didn't know if it was because her graceful figure was too alluring or something else, but she attracted a lot of attention. He cursed as he walked. Fong Inua, that old bastard, had caused him to suffer because of his shop. Looking at the lechers on the side of the road, their eyes were all green. Bah. Pervert. While she despised him in her heart, she twisted even more vigorously. At the same time, she was nervous. If someone found out about this, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? However, he forgot that he was the one who couldn't wait to find Fong Inua. He didn't have the time or the mood to wait for Fong Inua to find him. Along the way, she swayed her hips gracefully. The fragrance lingered in the air. She had sprayed almost half a bottle of perfume all over her body. It would be strange if she didn't smell good. Finally, Master Zhua arrived at the lingerie store. He walked in gracefully. Welcome. 2 rows of beauties bowed together. Their service was quite good. Master Zhua naturally waved his hand casually. He pinched his fingers together and twisted his waist. Then, he squeezed his throat and said softly, "Is your boss here? Why aren't the goods I ordered with him yet? Ayaya, I'm so anxious. Madam, please wait a moment. I'll inform my boss immediately. May I know your name?" Zhua Xiaoduo said in a sharp voice, "Just tell him, duo will do." "Okay, please wait a moment." When Fong Inua heard these 3 words, she immediately realized who had come. She hurriedly rushed downstairs and came to the first floor. Standing on the stairs, she saw Zhua Xiaoduo's new look. For a moment, she was dumbstruck and tongue-tied. She was speechless for a long time. He couldn't catch his breath, and his legs couldn't help but soften. He actually rolled down the stairs, and fell in a very sorry state. He hurriedly got up to greet him, and said respectfully, but he couldn't help but want to laugh, You. Why did you come in person?" Zhua Xiaoduo pinched his fingers together and twisted his waist in an S shape. Then, he said coquettishly, "If I didn't come, you wouldn't go either. Please go upstairs." Fong Inua shivered. She was sweating profusely. When she heard Zhua Xiaoduo speak like this, she felt her anus tighten. Oh my god. Really? She had lived long enough to see this. Seeing this beauty gracefully follow their boss upstairs, the employees below started to talk among themselves. Their gazes were strange. Why do I feel that she's a little weird? Yeah, I feel the same. She's really seductive. She looks like someone in that line of work. She really looks like someone in that line of work. How does she look like someone in that line of work? Look at her pinched fingers. She's only missing a handkerchief. Her butt is shaking so much. Her breasts are so big. She must be a mascot, right? Is there such a model? It's not easy for the boss either. It seems like this is a big customer. She's in high demand. The boss has to serve her well. I hope our boss can handle it. Zhua Xiaoduo followed Fong Inua into the boss's office. Then, he sat down on the sofa and started to get angry. Old Fong, look at the trouble you've caused. He returned to his original voice. Fong Inua wanted to say, how can you blame me for this? You're the one who suddenly contacted me. I started this business because I wanted to be safe. However, he didn't dare to say this. He kept apologizing. It's my fault, it's my fault. Young master, you've been wronged. He smiled apologetically and carefully. However, when he saw his appearance, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Cough, 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 ha 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 ha. As he laughed, he tried to stop himself by coughing. In the end, he didn't succeed. Instead, he kept burping. Burp. Ha ha ha, burp. Xiao Duo was so angry that he took out the dragon blood-flying dagger and slammed it on the table. However, he still couldn't stop Fang Yinhuo from laughing. After a long time, Fang Yinhuo finally stopped laughing. Although he still laughed occasionally, it wasn't as serious as before. Young master. What are you doing? High-grade jade of astral souls. How much do you have? Xiao Duo asked straightforwardly. I have more than 10,000 yuan on hand. Fang Yinhuo was puzzled by the supply and demand of the high-grade jade of astral souls. He said, the supply and demand market in Fenghai City is really strange. I didn't notice anything at first. However, young master mentioned the jade of astral souls before, so I investigated it. I unexpectedly found that other things aren't that hard to find. Only the high-grade jade of astral souls is available. Above the high-grade jade of astral souls, as long as there's a small amount of it, many forces will immediately buy it. I've already offered more than 10 times the market price to buy it. However, after so many days, I've only received so little. If it were in another place, there would be a small amount of the top-grade jade of astral souls in the market. However, in Fenghai City, there's no top-grade astral souls jade of astral souls at all. This is really out of place. Out of place. It can't be, right? Fenghai City has hidden Dragon High martial arts, the holy land of martial arts. It's not strange that there's a higher demand for the high-grade jade of astral souls. It's normal that there's less of it. Xiao Duo didn't take it to heart. Fang Yinhuo shook his head and said in a deep voice, Young master, you know that I've always been cautious. Every time I go to a place, I'll do my best to understand it. Although Fenghai City has a martial arts school like Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, and the high-grade jade of astral souls is a hot commodity in every city, the current market price is too abnormal. I suspect that someone is selling the high-grade jade of astral souls, short-selling and short-selling. However, this has nothing to do with us. There are 17,000 high-grade jade of astral souls in this ring. However, there are only 3,500 red yang jade. It should be enough for you to use for a while. Fang Yinhuo handed over a ring. And, not bad. I'll take it from you this time. Xiao Duo didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the ring. When Uncle Nan came, he also left a few thousand high-grade jade of astral souls. However, Xiao Duo wasn't willing to use them. He had been using the middle-grade jade of astral souls for cultivation. Now that Fang Yinhuo had replenished his stock, he had a few thousand middle-grade jade of astral souls, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, taking and not doing anything was not a long-term solution. Fang Yinhuo also needed to give him some benefits. Therefore, Master Zhuo sat upright and looked at Fang Yinhuo's face for a moment. Old Fang, you've been showing off a lot recently, haven't you? Also, you've been selling the high-grade jade of astral souls. You know too much. I'm afraid that someone has already set their eyes on you. Fang Yinhuo nodded. He had to be powerful. In order to get this identity, he had opened 3 shops and spent a lot of money to buy the high-grade jade of astral souls. Fang Yinhuo's wealth had already been revealed. It was normal for him to be targeted. However, it's not a big problem. Xiao Duo reminded, given your cultivation base, you should be able to protect yourself. However, if you don't have to make a move, it's better not to. Just like what you said, problems that can be solved with money are not big problems. However, if you want to make a move, you have to deal with your target quickly and decisively. You must not leave any traces behind. Do you understand? Once you make a mistake, there will be endless trouble in the future. Fong Yinhuo said, the best solution is how to completely avoid danger. Spend money to avoid disaster. Sua Xiaoduo reminded, disguise yourself as a complete coward. If anyone comes to ask for money, as long as you feel that you can't afford to offend them, just give it to them directly. In any case, you're doing business without any capital. As long as you don't reveal your strength, most problems will be easily solved. Brilliant plan. Fong Yinhuo slapped his thigh. He liked this method from the bottom of his heart. In terms of acting cowardly, if he said that he was second, no one would dare to say that they were first. Because I'm not acting cowardly. I'm really a coward. Chapter 4:16. So what if I give them money? It's a piece of cake for me to get money. Fong Yinhuo said proudly, if I give them money, I can take advantage of the dark night to do something else and get everything back. Plus, I can add 1 and 2. Fong Yinhuo was very open-minded and had thought far ahead. That's a good idea. Sua Xiaoduo didn't care about what Fong Yinhuo did. Even if he caused a huge disaster, what did it have to do with him? Fong Yinhuo was a member of the Umno Alliance. Even if something happened to him, it was arranged by the Umno Alliance. It had nothing to do with him at all. Oh right. Do you have a way to get some new astral beasts? Sua Xiaoduo lowered his voice. Fong Yinhuo was stunned. That's a little difficult. More importantly, I don't have a venue. What do you need those things for? My dragon blood flying dagger needs to be charged. Sua Xiaoduo winked at him. Why don't I stab you with it? He was still dressed in female clothes. His wink almost made Fong Yinhuo's soul fly out of his body. No, 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 no. I'll think of a way for you. I'll think of a way immediately. He thought for a while and said, how about this? I'll pay and buy a villa outside the city. Then, I'll throw all the astral beasts I get into the villa. Don't people from the Hidden Dragon High School go out to train every half a month or 10 days? When the time comes, you can find some time to go there and flush out the astral beasts. Isn't that enough? What do you think? That's a good idea. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. Once this was done, Fong Yinhuo didn't even need to show his face. He only needed to fork out the money and he could get whatever he wanted. In the future, when we have high-grade jade of astral souls, we can throw them there too. Fong Yinhuo smiled bitterly. That won't do. We can still think of a way to reduce the astral beast to a half-dead state, but the high-grade jade of astral souls is a high-grade item. It will emit spiritual aura at any moment. If we really leave it there, it will be taken away in just a few minutes. Furthermore, the manor will be exposed as well. Just the storage of astral beasts will bring us many troubles in the future. I was thinking too much. That village is only used to store star beasts. If I have nothing to do, I'll go there for a stroll. That's enough. Sua Xiaoduo readily agreed. The discussion was completed. Beauty Sua stood up and walked away gracefully, leaving behind a trail of fragrance. Mr. Fong, who was leaning against the door, seemed reluctant to leave. The employees downstairs couldn't help but talk about more. He's gone. Well, look at how reluctant the boss is. There's a story. There's a situation. But did you guys notice that it didn't take long? Could it be? Hiss. Hiss. For a time, all kinds of voices and guesses rose and fell one after another. The climax rose again and again, and there was an endless stream of gossip. The prettiest female employee, who had the best figure, the highest breasts, and the most perky butt, pursed her lips. Humph. The boss wouldn't have left so soon. I can guarantee that the boss has nothing to do with this woman. The other female employee said, "Oh," there was a meaningful look in his eyes, and we all understood what he meant. The female employee blushed instantly. "No wonder the boss has been asking you to report your work these days. The truth is out." While they were talking, Fang Yinhua walked back from the door and waved her hand. "Lily, come up and report your work." When Sui Xiaoduo arrived at school, he was only an hour late. When Xingtian only glanced at him and turned his head away, not bothering to pay attention to him. With Sui Xiaoduo's current level, there was nothing that the school could teach him for the time being. If Fang Yinhua forced him to stay in the school, it would be unfair to the other students since they were not on the same level. For the time being, Fang Yinhua could do whatever he wanted. However, just as he turned his head away, he suddenly turned his head back. "What's going on?" "Sui Xiaoduo, why do you smell so good?" When Xingtian was surprised. He had been smelling the stench of this guy's sweat every day. Why did it suddenly smell so good today? "I fell in love with the Donkey brand's Ocean Breeze perfume." Xiang Bing knew all these perfume brands like the back of her hand. Cough cough. Sui Xiaoduo lied casually. "After cultivating yesterday, I was really too tired, so I went straight to bed without taking a shower. When I woke up today, the smell of the clothes, the stench. So I took out some perfume and sprayed it. I didn't expect the smell to be so strong. I've never sprayed perfume before, but who would have thought that after a dozen sprays, it would become like this?" With a helpless look on his face, he shrugged helplessly. "Even so, I changed into another set of clothes, washed my hands and face, and even washed my hair before coming here. In the end, it still smells so good. This perfume is too evil." The female students were laughing so hard that they were in an uproar. "Country bumpkin." Xiang Bing scolded disdainfully. "If you sprayed the Ocean Breeze perfume in the air and walked over from below, the fragrance would linger for 3 to 5 days. You actually sprayed yourself more than a dozen times. Why don't you die from the fragrance? What a waste of God's gift." "That's because I don't know." "Come, Ice Egg, smell if I smell good." Xiang Bing said angrily, "Go away." Sui Xiaoduo nodded. "I regretted it the moment I said it. I shouldn't have asked you to smell it. Look at you now, how did you get disfigured by Li Changlong so quickly?" Why did I say, again? Whatever, it's too disgusting. Don't come and smell me, I'm afraid I'll have nightmares at night." Xiang Bing was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She rushed forward with a roar. She clawed at Sui Xiaoduo's face with her 10 fingers. Sui Xiaoduo fled in panic while Xiang Bing chased after him. She would not give up until she got what she wanted. "How dare you call me an ugly freak? See if I don't kill you." As she chased after him, she suddenly saw Li Changlong watching the show excitedly from the side. He even shouted, "Come on, come on." Suddenly, she felt suffocated and turned to rush at Li Changlong. She clawed at his head with her 10 fingers. Immediately, 10 neat bloody marks appeared on his swollen face. His Excellency was gloriously disfigured in an instant. Li Changlong couldn't react in time. The moment he understood the situation, he was furious. He pounced on Xiang Bing and pressed him to the ground. Then, he assumed the Wusong beating the tiger style. He didn't care about anything and just gave him a good beating. The field was in full swing. Then, Li Chenglong and Xiangbing entered the nourishment chamber at the same time. Oh, of course, they were not in the same nourishment chamber. That night, after Wen Xingtian finished training Sui Xiao Duo, he asked, "Have you started to suppress your realm?" When he saw Sui Xiao Duo in the morning and saw Sui Xiao Duo's face, Wen Xingtian knew that his judgment was wrong. This kid had started to try to compress his vital essence earlier than he expected. Yes. Sui Xiao Duo said weakly, "I didn't expect that compressing vital essence would hurt so much." Hurt? Of course it hurts. It will hurt more and more in the future. If you don't step on the thorny road, how can you call yourself a superior? Wen Xingtian said lightly, "How's the compression?" "It's okay." Sui Xiao Duo frowned. "It shouldn't be the limit yet, but I really can't compress it by myself." This was Sui Xiao Duo's sincere thought. There was still space below, but he really could not compress it anymore. How distressing. Wen Xingtian smiled faintly. Limit? Of course, it was not the limit yet. How could someone who had just stepped on the thorny road and tried to compress it for the first time compress it to half or even 1/3? Trying once or twice is nothing. If you can't compress it, just keep compressing it. This is also a painstaking effort. Wen Xingtian reminded him seriously, "Don't be afraid of dragging it out. Don't ever relax. You must compress it to your limit, then accumulate it and compress it again. Don't ever be afraid of pain. You have to understand that the more you do it, the stronger you will be in the future." The opportunity for a martial artist to build a strong foundation is actually to build a solid foundation when you are weak. If you find that your foundation is lacking when you are strong in the future, you will never be able to make up for it. When Xingtian taught him sincerely, this concerns your whole life and the ultimate achievement of your cultivation journey. You can't be careless, and you can't be afraid of pain. Whether it hurts or not, just think of yourself as an idiot. Won't it be over in the blink of an eye? Sui Xiao Duo couldn't help but hang his head dejectedly. Since Teacher Wen said so, then his self-limiting breakthrough and compressing his real vitality last night was probably a failure. At least, it was not a success. But there was no other way. The first compression had been completed. There was definitely no way to do it again. If he wanted to compress it again, he would have to wait for the second time. "I understand, Teacher Wen." Sui Xiao Duo's expression was very gloomy. "Do your best." When Xingtian patted Sui Xiao Duo's shoulder and walked out of the Annihilation Tower. He still had to train Li Chenglong. How could he have the time to be poor with Sui Xiao Duo? Most people would compress for at least 4 to 5 days because of the unbearable pain. This kid was obviously afraid of pain, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only encourage him not to be afraid. There was nothing else he could do. When he finished compressing it, he would check it again to see how much it had been compressed. He really didn't want to be disappointed too early. If it really didn't work, he would help him suppress it the second time. As for compressing it successfully in one night, Wen Xingtian chuckled. What kind of fearless desperado could compress it in one night? When Xingtian left, Sui Xiao Duo began to cultivate again. Fist and leg movements, footwork, escape technique, hidden weapon, sword, and hammer. He practiced the same thing twice. Then, he went out exhausted and lay on the bed filled with top-grade Astral Souls jade. He grabbed the top-grade jade with both hands and began to absorb it. The vortex appeared again. Huff 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 huff. After exactly half an hour, Sui Xiao Duo finally let go. A pile of ashes was thrown on the ground. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. 6 updates. Chapter 4:17. High grade was indeed high grade. Normally, he could absorb several pieces of mid-grade Astral Souls jade in a minute. He did not expect to only consume 2 pieces of high-grade astral souls after half an hour. That was really awesome. He lifted the bed and saw that the top few pieces of high-grade astral souls jade had started to change color. They should have been damaged to a certain extent, but not too much. This absorption can be considered to have consumed 3 pieces of high-grade astral souls jade. After confirming his cultivation speed, Xiaoduo continued to lie down and continuously absorb the celestial essence qi as if he was thirsting for it. He felt that his dantian was like a balloon that was constantly being filled with air, and it was constantly being filled up. The meridians in his body revolved 9 times. Part of it turned into his own strength and entered his dantian, while the other part turned into waste gas and was expelled from his nose. There was a subtle feeling of inhaling and exhaling. The dantian's capacity gradually climbed to 4/5. In another 3 hours, his entire dantian would be filled. In the morning, it would definitely be filled to the brim. Then, he would be able to walk the thorny path for the second time. Or he might as well ask for a leave of absence today. There was nothing to do at school anyway. Hearing that Li Chenglong had left, Xiaoduo took out the void exterminating pagoda and placed it on the table. Then, he took a large amount of high-grade astral souls jade and plunged in. Today, he must complete the second pressure and succeed before dinner. However, if he wanted the second pressure to be a success, he had to at least be more ruthless than the first pressure. Teacher Wen had made it very clear that his pressure was far from enough. I was too careless. I took it too lightly. Xiaoduo thought silently. I mistakenly thought that I would be satisfied with more than Nian Mao. This is wrong. It is too one-sided. Think about it, even if some people's aptitude is not as good as mine, as long as they are resilient enough, it is not difficult to surpass me. Just like what Teacher Wen said, whether it hurts or not, I will treat myself as an idiot. Won't it be over in a blink of an eye? So I need to work harder. Xiaoduo muttered to himself. His eyes were resolute as he made up his mind. He didn't know that the Zhuxiaonian had shocked many people when she walked through the thorny road. Since ancient times, there were only a few people who were able to cross the thorny path 8 times. As for those who could reach the final step and walk through the thorny path in the state of 9 suppresses, they were even rarer. This was because the world had always believed that the 9 steps of thorns was the highest limit for humans. It wasn't that no one had ever attempted the 10th pressure, but no one had ever succeeded. There was a senior who had passed the 9th pressure. He continued to work hard and tried the 10th pressure. Then, he left a sentence, "It's not that I don't want to, but I really can't." If he continued, he would die. It will explode. This sentence was widely spread. From then on, the 10 pressure Brambles Road became a forbidden area for Xiuzhe. Because 9 was the number of extremes, cultivators naturally believed that this was fate, and also the limit of human beings. However, Xiaoduo didn't know about this. He just kept his head down and pressed. That this really proved a saying, ignorance is really a kind of happiness. However, this sentence was only limited to Xiaoduo. Who else had the luck points to use? Even a peerless genius like Zhuxiaonian would have been turned into a pile of fragrant meat if Xiaoduo's compression method was used. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Xiaoduo adjusted himself to a perfect state and began to walk the thorny path for the second time. This time, the compression had just begun, and the pain he felt soared to the level of the last stage of compression yesterday. Ow, 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 ow. Even though he had already experienced it once, Xiaoduo was still screaming desperately in the space-destroying tower. He was still trying his best to compress his vital essence. The surface of his skin all over his body began to exude drops of faint red sweat. This was a sign that a human's tolerance for pain had reached its limit. However, He just twisted, spasmed, and screamed like this that he persevered step by step. After spending a total of 4 hours, he finally compressed his vital essence to yesterday's position for the second time. It was a slightly higher position. But Teacher Wen said that this is still not enough. Xiao Duo still used the same method as before, smashing and pounding with the spirit energy hammer. A little lower. A little lower. I'm not afraid of pain. I'll treat myself as an idiot. Ow, ow, ow. However, there was no change even after smashing thousands of times. Could it be that this was his limit? Xiao Duo lay on the bed, his face full of disappointment. He was so depressed that he couldn't speak while cultivating and absorbing the top-grade jade of astral souls. It seems that there is a gap between me and a real genius. It's not that I'm afraid of pain, but no matter how much I'm not afraid of pain, this is all I can do. I can't go any further. I'm so pitiful. Xiao Duo felt sad from the bottom of his heart. Failure. At night, when Xingtian came as usual, he saw Xiaoduo's mournful face and couldn't help but feel strange. What's wrong with this bitch today? What's wrong with you? Why are you looking so down? Xingtian frowned and asked with a sidelong glance. I've tried my best, but I can't compress it any further. Xiao Duo sighed. You can't compress it even once. Xingtian widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. Yes. Xiao Duo lowered his head with a sad expression, his mood was extremely low. He really couldn't compress it even once. That won't do. Xingtian frowned and said angrily, no matter what you say, you have to force it even if you can't compress it. If you can't even compress it once, your future achievements will be limited. Can't you try harder? Didn't I tell you, whether it hurts or not? Just think of yourself as an idiot. I've tried again and again, but I really can't compress it. I can hold on no matter how painful it is, but I just can't compress it. What should I do? Xiao Duo said helplessly. Xingtian was also anxious and shouted, the main difficulty of the path of thorns is the unbearable pain. If you're not afraid of pain, how can you not be able to compress it? Excuses, they're all excuses. Come and sit in front of me, try your best to compress it, and I'll help you. But there will be side effects. Once you become dependent on it, it will be more difficult to compress the vital essence in the future. Xiao Duo murmured, but now I've already suppressed it a little, and my dantian is not full to the point of bursting. Xingtian frowned, then hurry up and absorb the vital essence. I'll wait here until you're full, and then I'll help you compress it. It won't take much time. Xingtian was really anxious this time. The peerless genius that he had recognized had no achievements on the path of thorns. This was simply digging his own grave and destroying his own future. If Xiao Duo really couldn't walk the path of thorns, Xingtian would only feel that he had failed as a teacher. No, it was failure, an unprecedented failure. I've ruined this genius, I didn't train him well. Of course, Xiao Duo also really believed that he hadn't suppressed it well. Every word that Xingtian had said before made Xiao Duo feel that he was still far from being qualified. Do you have a high-grade jade of astral souls? Xingtian was a little anxious, at such a critical time. If you rely on low-grade or mid-grade jade, or automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how long will it take? If you don't have it, I have it here. If you use a high-grade jade of astral souls to directly channel your meridians, it'll be easier for you to follow up. I have it, Xiao Duo said hurriedly. If you have it, then hurry up and do it. Stop talking nonsense and start quickly. Xingtian really didn't want to wait any longer. If he delayed any longer, Xiaoduo's failed compression might really take shape, and that would be bad. With the help of the high-grade jade of astral souls, once he started to absorb it, it would be like the ocean pouring into the river. It was extremely fast and abundant. That was why there was the saying that the high-grade jade of astral souls was channeling. Seeing how anxious Wen Xingtian was, Sui Xiao Duo became more and more anxious. He hurriedly took out the high-grade jade of astral souls, sat down cross-legged, and started to absorb without saying a word. The power of the Flaming Sun Sutra also started to circulate vigorously. The place where Sui Xiao Duo was sitting suddenly turned into a Yuan Qi whirlpool. Countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual qi surged and entered Sui Xiao Duo's meridians like rivers flowing into the sea. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the high-grade jade of astral souls in his hand quickly faded and turned into powder. Wen Xingtian frowned as he looked at the endless amount of spiritual qi that was surging towards him. He could only feel the astonishing strength of the spiritual qi, and his heart became heavier and heavier. Looking at the way he was cultivating, it was obvious that he had an extremely high innate talent. Furthermore, he had an outstanding body and meridians. Furthermore, he had the blazing sun divine art, which was a top-notch technique. Every aspect was top-notch. How could it be that he was struggling on the thorny path? This was impossible. If even a genius like him couldn't walk the thorny path, then he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Sui Xiao Duo sat on the chair and cultivated. More and more jade of astral soul's powder appeared around him, and he kept changing the astral soul's jade in his hand. 4 hours passed, and Sui Xiao Duo was still absorbing. It was obvious that his dantian was still full. Wen Xingtian's expression changed from a slight astonishment to a thoughtful look. Then, he frowned in confusion, and finally, he became numb. Why was it taking so long? This kid was absorbing high-grade jade of astral souls. How many pieces had he absorbed so far? You're just a Xiao Tian Xian. No matter what, wouldn't one piece be enough? Even if your aptitude was better and you compressed it more when you were a martial master, your dantian shouldn't not be full yet. There were so many pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls, and the spiritual qi that was automatically gathered from the heavens and earth. How many pieces were there? Chapter 4:18. Wen Xingtian looked at his watch. It was already 10:00 in the morning. Sui Xiao Duo was still absorbing the top-grade jade of astral souls into powder. Wen Xingtian snorted. He tilted his head and squinted his eyes. Let's see how much you can absorb. Finally. At 2:00 in the morning, Sui Xiao Duo had finished absorbing. His dantian was once again filled to the brim. At this moment, Wen Xingtian was already speechless. What the hell, Sui Xiao Duo, how big is your dantian? So many top-grade jade of astral souls were absorbed into your dantian. My feet are covered in powder. If you can't compress such a dantian, you'll be angered by everyone. Is it almost done? Wen Xingtian asked. It's done. Sui Xiao Duo sat down cross-legged and felt the spiritual qi in his dantian moving restlessly. He said, more or less, it's still a bit lacking. Right now, it's just rolling and churning. It hasn't reached the level of a mountain flood or a sea hurricane. Brat, other things are debatable, but your bragging is really unique. Wen Xingtian snorted. You're just a mere innate stage Xiao with a dantian. How dare you say such things? Flash flood, hurricane. Ha ha ha. I believe you. But you're just bragging. Hatue. Start. Wen Xingtian asked. Do you want another piece? Sui Xiao Duo felt his dantian and said, I think it'll be full before the last piece is used up. As he spoke, he took out 2 more pieces and held them in his hands. Wen Xingtian rolled his eyes. Didn't you say that one piece would be enough? Why did you take out 2 more pieces? Are you trying to show off your wealth and that you have more goods than me? Yes, Wen Xingtian sincerely offered to give Sui Xiaoduo a piece of top-grade stone of astral souls. After all, in his opinion, a piece of top-grade stone of astral souls could instantly fill up Sui Xiaoduo's dantian. But the reality was that much? Under Wen Xingtian's gaze, the 2 pieces of top-grade jade of astral souls in Sui Xiaoduo's hands quickly disintegrated. The color faded, and the outer layer became powder. Layer by layer. It's really good this time. Teacher Wen, shall we enter the Tower of Annihilation? The compression process was really painful. I screamed very loudly. It's not good to be outside. It's a little embarrassing. Sui Xiaoduo said. No need, it's just outside. Wen Xingtian snorted and came to a conclusion. You little brat, what are you pretending for? This is only your first time compressing your cultivation base's true essence. How could it hurt? What's more, I'm protecting you. You must be afraid of pain. You can't withstand a little pain, so you can't continue on the thorny path. You're actually afraid of embarrassing yourself. I'll let you embarrass yourself big time this time. All right then. Sui Xiaoduo's face turned bitter. He told himself in his heart, don't scream. Don't scream. Don't scream. It'll be embarrassing if I scream. Let's start. Wen Xingtian said lightly, call me when you can't compress it anymore. Got it. Sui Xiaoduo took a deep breath. He started to compress while running the ice heart jade urn. The initial stage was the same as before. There was no difficulty at all. However, in the 3rd round of suppression, the moment he compressed half of his true yuan, a piercing pain assaulted him. Sui Xiaoduo's entire body trembled. However, he was mentally prepared and endured the pain. I'll endure it. I won't make a sound. If I cry out at this time, it'll be too embarrassing. No matter what, I have to wait a little longer. Teacher Wen is right beside me. He continued to compress it bit by bit. The process felt a little familiar, but after a while, all the meridians in his body began to hurt. And it was getting more and more painful. It didn't increase, but it increased by multiple times. Finally, when it was close to 1/3, Sui Xiaoduo finally couldn't help but start to groan. He forced himself to endure, but he still groaned. The groaning continued. Wen Xingtian's face immediately revealed a look of dissatisfaction. According to the calculation of time, the current point in the process of compressing vital essence for an average person would only be compressed by 1/10. Sui Xiaoduo had actually started to grumble. It seemed that this kid was good at everything except his perseverance. Sure enough, there was no perfect genius. A cultivator with insufficient perseverance would have a worrying future. When the compression of the vital essence reached 1/3 again, Sui Xiaoduo only felt that his internal organs were burning, and his whole body was exploding with pain. Even his brain felt as if there were thousands of red-hot steel needles stabbing fiercely. He couldn't bear it anymore. Ow, 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 ow. After this shout, Sui Xiaoduo's whole body was sweating profusely. His eyes bulged, and he couldn't stop groaning. It was as if he was being tortured, and he was using the sound of his voice to reduce the pain his body was enduring. His voice was shockingly loud, and it immediately caused the surrounding hundreds of miles to fall into an ear-piercing atmosphere. The cadence pierced the clouds and split the sky. Wen Xingtian's face was distorted, and he shook his hands to create a soundproof barrier. This evil creature, do you have to scream so hard? If you have the strength to scream, don't you know that you should use it to compress your vital essence? When you're done compressing, see how I'll deal with you. The people outside couldn't hear it, but Wen Xingtian, who was close to him, could still hear it clearly. The sound was like a demon's voice pouring into one's brain. It was incessant, sharp, ear-piercing, and extremely miserable. Wen Xingtian was speechless. He operated his vital energy, and his 2 ears suddenly stuck to his ear holes. He stuck to them tightly, blocking out the demon's voice as much as possible. It was so embarrassing. The first compression was already so earth-shattering, and he couldn't suppress it. What was he going to do in the future? Wen Xingtian's heart was full of melancholy. He also felt a little disappointed. You're a person who has seen the wind and the waves. Why can't you even endure this little pain? However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice became more and more miserable, and it sounded more and more like he was on the verge of death. It lasted for a full hour. Zhuo Xiaoduo was sweating profusely. His face was as pale as a corpse, and the sweat on his hair flowed down. Finally, he said weakly, I can only suppress it to this extent. I can't suppress it anymore, not even once. Wen Xingtian stretched out his hand and said lightly, then don't move. You just need to maintain the current level of suppression. I'll help you suppress it further in the future. Also, try to endure it as much as possible. It'll be more painful later. Zhuo Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and said, understood. Wen Xingtian closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense. A tide of vital energy rushed out from his fingers, like mercury flowing to the ground, and poured into Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians. However, to Wen Xingtian's surprise, Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians were empty, and there wasn't the slightest bit of spiritual energy left. His control over his meridians is still very good. Wen Xingtian felt a little satisfied in his heart. He acutely felt the spaciousness, smoothness, and flexibility of Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians. Wen Xingtian felt more and more that this student must be taught a strict lesson. With such good conditions, he couldn't suppress it. Obviously, he didn't have enough willpower. He couldn't endure even a little bit of pain, but he didn't get beaten up enough. Humph. All excuses. I made you afraid of pain. From now on, I'll beat you 18 times a day. Because he was helping Zhuo Xiaoduo suppress it, Wen Xingtian continued to inject his own yuan qi into Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians, but the flow was very slow. When his yuan qi had completely filled Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians, there were no gaps. Then, dense vital energy entered his dantian, and then the vital energy turned into an iron tower to suppress it. Teacher Wen's plan was to suppress his dantian to 1/3 of its capacity in one go. In this way, the vital energy slowly moved forward, circled around his body, and gradually approached his dantian. When Xingtian stopped, and tried to let more vital energy enter to ensure that nothing went wrong, that it had to be said that when Xingtian's control of his vital energy was really high. It was like he was very familiar with it, and it flowed like he was using his own arm. It should be known that his vital energy was overflowing from the outside into another person's meridians, and the other person's meridians were only at the innate stage. With Wen Xingtian's real cultivation level, any mistake in breathing could cause Zhuo Xiaoduo's body to explode and turn into powder. In fact, this was another main reason why 99% of high-level practitioners didn't dare to help low-level practitioners suppress their vital energy. Once there was a slight mistake in the control, it would directly kill the person. When Xingtian confirmed that his vital energy was full and overflowing Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians, and there were no gaps, and then suddenly, he rushed into his dantian, and wanted to finish it in one go. But, the situation of his dantian was not right. Why did it look empty? There was no movement from Zhuo Xiaoduo's side. Obviously, he had handed himself over to Teacher Wen, and let Teacher Wen do whatever he wanted with him. Do whatever you want, it's just a little more than 50 kilograms. Wen Xingtian didn't dare to be negligent. He continued to control his vital energy all the way down, and in the process of falling, it turned into a huge flat surface. However, his dantian was more than half full, and he still didn't feel the expected obstruction. This kid's self-completion rate is more than half. This result is comparable to the ordinary practitioners who set foot on the thorny road. His shouting was not in vain. Not bad, not bad. Wen Xingtian was a little relieved. However, it was one thing to be relieved, and he had to continue. After a while, when Xingtian's vital energy had spread to 2/3 of his dantian. According to the knowledge of practitioners, or at least Wen Xingtian's knowledge, this was already the limit. Why did he still feel empty? Where was Sui Xiaoduo's vital energy? Wen Xingtian was inexplicably surprised. Did this kid suppress more than 1/3 of his vital energy? Why did he say that he didn't succeed? Looking at his expression, he didn't seem to be lying at all. Wen Xingtian, who wanted to find out, urged his vital energy to continue to suppress. The current level of compression had already exceeded the limit of a genius martial artist. Why didn't he reach it? Or did he feel nothing? If Wen Xingtian opened his eyes at this moment, he would definitely see 2 words in his eyes. His left eye was a capital word, stupid, and his right eye was a capital word, stupid. What was going on? He didn't feel anything even after exceeding the limit. Such a wide dantian. How could it reach 1/4? No, it was only 1/5, and he still didn't feel any obstruction. Continue. He finally felt it. He finally touched it. Chapter 419. He finally reached the bottom. He came into contact with the bottom layer of Sui Xiaoduo's meridians. However, Wen Xingtian was completely dumbfounded. He was completely stunned. This. Was it directly pressed down to 1/20th? Or how much? To think that there was only a thin layer at the bottom left. How could it be pressed down to this point? And this kid actually did not explode. He was actually complaining about the failure of the suppression. For a moment, when Xingtian actually felt that he had no emotions in his heart. Yes, he did not know what emotions he should have. He was completely at a loss. And what the fuck, is this still fog? However, it did not seem to have reached the point of turning into clouds. It was still fog, but how could it be suppressed to this extent? When Xingtian maintained his vitality in Sui Xiaoduo's dantian and asked, "You told me that you can't press down to this point. Is this what you mean?" As he spoke, he used his own vitality to press down. Yes, it really could not be pressed down. Even he could not move it. This was because Sui Xiaoduo did not feel anything at all. It did not hurt at all. Of course, there was no compression wave. Yes, it's pressed down to this point. It can't be pressed any further. Ha! Teacher Wen, why don't you use more strength? It's so itchy that I want to fart. Sui Xiaoduo could not help but laugh. Wen Xingtian was still in a daze as he withdrew his vitality. He looked at Sui Xiaoduo, his cheeks trembling slightly. You want to fart? Fucking fart. Wen Xingtian sat cross-legged and meditated, circulating his energy. He forcefully closed his eyeballs, which were almost popping out, and controlled them in his eye sockets. He tried hard to calm down the turbulent waves in his heart. Probing a student's meridians almost made him lose his mind and go crazy. You can't fucking suppress it. Can't suppress it. Yes, it really can't be suppressed. It can't be suppressed. You're depressed. Because of this. When Xingtian widened his eyes and looked at Sui Xiaoduo. You mean? You can't press down to this point. Yeah, Sui Xiaoduo said dejectedly. Tell me, how did you do it? When Xingtian was still in disbelief. You fucking squashed it into a pancake, and it's the kind of pancake that has been sitting there for a few days. How can you squash it? If he placed 1 bet, would it be equivalent to others placing 8 bets? When Xingtian's tone actually carried a hint of asking for advice. It was simply unimaginable. How else could I suppress my genuine? I just suppressed it as hard as I could. However, at the final stage, the pain was one thing. But I really couldn't suppress it. So I came up with an idea. I made a hammer in my dantian with spiritual qi. Then, starting from the side, I hammered it down one by one. What's that saying again? Well, after 1,000 hammers, 100 hammers, a single piece of steel. Zhuo Xiaoduo explained his method and then asked nervously, Teacher, when, the next suppression? How should I suppress it? When Xingtian touched his chin and lowered his head as if he was deep in thought. However, he was thinking that he must not let Zhuo Xiaoduo see the expression in his eyes. Then, he took out a cup of water from his space ring, unscrewed it and drank a mouthful of water. Suddenly. Cough, cough, cough. When Xingtian coughed violently. An impulse to kill someone rose in his heart. He had never seen such a pretentious person. I really want to beat him to death. But I also want to kiss him to death. When Xingtian clearly knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo really thought that he couldn't suppress it anymore. It was because he hadn't reached the standard. There was no doubt about that. Zhuo Xiaoduo really wasn't showing off in front of him. But who set this guy's standards so high? Who was it? Do you dare to stand out? I'll definitely beat you to death. When he raised his head again, when Xingtian's eyes had regained their calmness and depth, he looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and asked, Who told you to suppress it this way? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked confused. Teacher Qin Fongyang told me that. Back then, when the martial arts masters were suppressing their realms. Teacher Qin also said that. I was advancing at a faster speed and didn't know the key point. Originally, I was about to break through. Fortunately, Teacher Qin interrupted me in time and asked me to suppress it as much as possible. He told me to do my best and use all means to suppress it. When Xingtian thought to himself, this Teacher Qin is indeed a legendary figure. Awesome! Zhuo Xiaoduo said, my sister also said that. At that time, I was suppressing the martial arts master to break through to the innate realm, and she was suppressing the embryonic breathing realm. She also said that. Back then, Zhuo Xiaoyan had said, use all your strength to suppress it. The lower the suppression, the better. The more times, the better. Ah. When Xingtian frowned and said, that's it. But smash it with a hammer. What do you think? When Xingtian thought about it and broke out in a cold sweat. Such an extreme method, if it wasn't for Zhuo Xiaoduo's deep foundation, the tenacity of his meridians, and the spaciousness of his superhuman. No. Even so, it should have exploded a few times already. Since ancient times, who dared to use a hammer in their own dantian? Bullshit about being tempered and tempered into steel. That was simply thinking that one was dying too slowly. There was a good comparison, practicing the saber in one's own brain. But this guy just waved a big hammer and smashed it wildly in his dantian, creating such a miracle. When Xingtian couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Because a person's meridians and dantian definitely couldn't withstand it. No matter what, it couldn't withstand it. But there was a living example in front of him that could withstand it. This made the experienced and knowledgeable Wen Xingtian a little confused. He felt that his worldview was slowly collapsing. The idea of using a hammer to smash it was my own idea. But I couldn't suppress it in the end. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a little wronged. He said, when it was about 1/10 of the way down, it couldn't be pressed anymore. But its essence is still in the form of mist. How could it not be pressed down? Previously, by chance, I once saw a senior craftsman who was extremely skilled in forging. He forged steel and refined gold. I really couldn't do anything, so I made a hammer myself and smashed it randomly. But after smashing for so long, this is the only effect. Sigh. Mist is still mist. It didn't turn into clouds, nor did it turn into liquid. Xiaoduo was quite dissatisfied with his current progress. Why can't you climb to the top? If you could smash it into a solid state now. How good would that be? This is the only effect. When Xingtian murmured, the word only is used very well. Just by looking at this, Wen Xingtian was already sure that this kid was suppressing to this extent. In the whole continent. Well, perhaps since the beginning of the world, there had never been such a thing. Unprecedented, the first in the world. Perhaps there might not be anyone who could surpass it in the future. This is the first time I set foot on the thorny road, and I'm already suppressed to this extent. Wen Xingtian murmured to himself. He was already absent-minded. In fact, Wen Xingtian's thoughts were still floating in the air, constantly exploding. The first time. Xiaoduo was stunned. Wen Xingtian frowned. What's wrong? This isn't the first time. Xiaoduo said, Teacher Wen, I've told you before that I can't suppress it, and I can't move forward. Today, this is already the third time. Cough, cough, cough. Wen Xingtian's soul was directly shaken back into his body. His eyes suddenly bulged. The third time. Wen Xingtian felt that today was the most unstable day of his life. It was destroyed one after another. Yes, this is the third time. Xiaoduo was uneasy. He said, at this rate, I'm afraid I can only suppress it 20 times at most. Isn't this a little too little? Isn't this a little too little? Wen Xingtian murmured this sentence, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Can only suppress it 20 times. Can only. These two words were really well used. Isn't this a little too little? This sentence was really fucking well said. Do you know that your 1 time is equivalent to 7 or 8 times of others, dear? Your 20 times is equivalent to 200 times of others, dear. Actually, it can already be considered passable. I guess. After holding it in for a long time, when Xingtian finally squeezed out this sentence, he felt that the 3 words passable were also very well said. It had to be said that the master and disciple were both good at Chinese. Passable. Really? Xiaoduo said humbly, Teacher Wen, can you explain it to me in detail? Seeing that this kid's expression suddenly eased and he seemed to be relieved. Wen Xingtian only felt powerless to complain. He lowered his eyebrows and said lightly, well, with your current level of true origin compression, you can still be considered as a genius. Well, it's not good enough, but it's good enough. I know you've done your best. Basically, this is still okay. Just do it like this in the future. I won't interfere. After all, my help is external. Using external help to help the seedlings grow is not good for your future. This principle. You understand, right? Wen Xingtian coughed and said. Yes, yes, I understand. Xiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, when he couldn't suppress it, he was really scared. It seems that my potential is just like this. At this moment, when he heard Wen Xingtian's words, he finally felt relieved. How many times did you suppress it when you were breaking through from the martial master realm to the innate realm? Wen Xingtian was suddenly very curious about this question. It's definitely more than this. Xiaoduo sighed, I don't remember very clearly at that time. It should be about 30 times. But at that time, I was just in a state where I couldn't control it. Although I felt pain, it was not as painful as now. It was really painful. About 30 times. Wen Xingtian stood up shakily. He only felt that his brain was swaying like a pool of water. Whoosh! 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 His brain was filled with the sound of the tide. If possible, continue this state of suppression. Wen Xingtian stood with his hands behind his back. He tried to maintain a calm expression on his face and said in a casual tone, "When I heard you say that you couldn't suppress it, I thought something was wrong. Now it seems that you're asking too much of yourself. Basically, this is okay. You should know that there is a limit to a person's strength. When you reach your limit, you've reached your limit." Chapter 420. For the next few days, you can practice on your own in the villa and suppress it yourself. If you don't have enough practice materials, I can provide you with some. That's all for today. You don't have to go to school for now. Now, the people from the second grade class 6 are going to fight with you for a table. If you go, you'll just be fighting. It's meaningless. Why don't you stay in the villa to strengthen your foundation and make your future more stable? I'll let Li Chenglong tell you the day before the trial. Wen Xingtian looked up. It was past 3 in the morning. In a while, the sky would be bright. Teacher Wen walked out calmly. Take a rest. You must be tired today. Remember to take care of your throat. Swishaoduo's previous miserable howls were so loud that his throat almost cracked from shouting. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Swishaoduo was a little worried. Teacher Wen's condition looked very calm, but why did it seem like something wasn't right? What was going on? At this moment, a dull thud came from downstairs. It was like the sound of Xiang Tianfei hitting the door frame that day. Then, there was silence. Only the door frame was still buzzing. No one knew who had hit it. Swishaoduo threw himself onto the bed and stretched his body. He was a little excited. Sometimes, a person's strength is limited. When you reach your limit, you will reach your limit. It seems like this is my limit. Even Teacher Wen said it's okay. It's a pity that if I want to catch up with Nian Nian Cat, it's definitely not enough. Then I'll work hard a few more times. Nian Nian Cat is someone who has suppressed dozens of times in the embryonic breathing realm. My level is far from it. Swishaoduo was excited, but also a little melancholy. It's really quite difficult. Now, she should be in the suppression period of the inner elixir realm. After thinking about it, he couldn't relax. He still had to work hard. This matter involved the major problem of his future husband's authority. This was a matter of principle. Who would be willing to be beaten up by his wife? If he could win, he would be giving in to her and pampering her. But if he couldn't win, he would be living off a woman, right? Master Suo was a great husband. How could he live off a woman? Although it was good to live off a woman. Thus, he took out another pile of astral soul's jade and began absorbing them. Although the effect of the upper grade was the best, the middle grade couldn't be wasted. It was still quite effective. At 8:00 in the morning, Swishaoduo opened his eyes. The whole bed was covered in powder again. He used his primordial qi to wrap up the powder. With a wave of his hand, a large ball of powder flew out of the window. It flew straight for more than 100 meters and accurately landed in a pool that Li Chenglong had painstakingly built. It was called the Dregs Pool. At that time, Swollen was in high spirits. He dug several meters into the ground and created a large pit with a radius of several zhang. In the next few years, this pool will be filled with the dregs of the astral souls. Swishaoduo muttered to himself, looking at this speed, it shouldn't take more than a few years. His stomach was rumbling with hunger. He pulled out a large piece of mutton from his spatial ring and chewed on it. I inherited this skill from Nyan Nyan Cat. I stored a lot of beef and mutton, roasted lamb legs, and so on in the space in case of an emergency. It was the perfect time to eat. The amount of Astral Soul's jade is still insufficient. I need to find another way to obtain it. So Xiao Duo felt that it wasn't a good idea to keep taking from Fong Yinhuo. The main reason was that his needs would only increase. Even if Fong Yinhuo was willing to help, he would still meet a ghost if he walked in the dark too often. Although Fong Yinhuo's cultivation was extremely high and had already reached the half-step divine reigning realm, in Phoenix City, he might be invincible. However, in Feng Hai, it was not enough to show disdain for everyone. It was far from enough. Once something happened to him, the spies that he had arranged would be useless. Also, Fong Yinhuo had said that it was extremely difficult to obtain the upper-grade jade of Astral Soul's jade in Feng Hai. If possible, it was better to find another way. As he thought about it, he sent a message to Fong Yinhuo. "What are you doing?" "I'm running around for young master." "Come over." Location sent. In less than 10 minutes, Fong Yinhuo arrived at the villa. "Young master, I've prepared another 10,000 upper-grade jade of Astral Souls for you. It's all here. And, thank you for your trouble. The matter of exchanging the astral beasts has already taken shape. I've already bought the manor outside the city. All that's left is to wait for the astral beasts to arrive. I'll make the manor's perimeter more secure and keep it a secret to the greatest extent. And, thank you for your concern. Also, young master has always asked me to pay attention to the Wu family and the Gao family. During this period of time, there hasn't been any movement. It seems that they really don't intend to seek revenge. Although it's against common sense, it's true based on the situation of the two families. There must be something wrong if there's an abnormality. We still can't relax. Be careful and nothing will happen. Yes, I understand. It's better to be safe than sorry. Oh right, what's the name of the teacher who led Feng Hai's 13th high school to participate in the Dragon and Tiger list? Li Qingqiu, right? Sua Xiaoduo sighed. The road of the martial world is long. I don't know where my old friend is. You can help me ask around. I still miss him very much. Sua Xiaoduo said, I really want to go and see him. This is easy. I'll go and ask around later. Everything has to be done quickly. Gather all the materials you can as soon as possible. Then, write them down and give them to me. Sua Xiaoduo reminded him, your physiognomy hasn't been good these few days. There's a malefic star in the west. Try not to go to the west. Try to avoid it as much as possible. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for your advice, young master. Fong Yinhuo was overjoyed. His face was full of gratitude. In the past few days, Fong Yinhuo also felt that his mind was unstable. It was as if something bad was about to happen. This strange feeling had saved him several times. He was already suspicious of everything, but he couldn't pinpoint the cause. Especially when he went out to do business in the early morning, he had a vague feeling that someone was spying on him. Now that he heard Sua Xiaoduo's words, he suddenly felt enlightened. In an instant, the uneasiness in his heart disappeared. His mind became clear again. A sense of reliance arose spontaneously. It was still good to have a backer. Although this backer's cultivation level wasn't very high, his ability to give advice on life and death was more suitable for his needs. A casual sentence could avert a disaster. Fong Yinhuo was very satisfied. Sua Xiaoduo practiced for a while and hammered the hammer twice. Seeing that it was almost 11:30, he went out to buy some necessities and prepared some food. With a stretch of his body, he disappeared without a trace. He was heading towards Grandma Shi's courtyard. In the school. It was also lunchtime. When Xingtian looked at the food in front of him, he didn't eat for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. What's wrong with you? Xiang Kuangren walked to Wen Xingtian's side and sat down. He patted Wen Xingtian's shoulder casually. However, he didn't expect that this action would give teacher Wen a shock. The yuan qi in his body was restless. He was almost about to attack. What? Why do you look like you're lovesick? What's wrong? Could it be that you really like her? Xiang Kuangren was very interested in a certain someone. It has nothing to do with you, right? How could Wen Xingtian tell this guy that he really liked her? This guy had a straightforward temper but also a big mouth. Although he was a good person and could make people feel at ease, sometimes his mouth really couldn't be relied on. A big mouth could ruin things. Wen Xingtian didn't even want to tell Yi Chongqing about Sui Xiao Duo. How could he tell Xiang Kuangren? You really like her. Tell me, tell me. Xiang Kuangren was getting more and more excited. It was probably because he had been a passive otaku for more than 20 years. It was rare for him to have such shocking gossip in front of him. Bullshit. Hey, my bad temper. Xiang Kuangren glared. I'm the vice principal. You're just a martial arts department head. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? How can you talk to the principal like that? Get lost. Who cares about being the principal? You're just a vice principal. What's there to talk about? If you have the guts, you can be the principal. If that day really comes, I'll tell you everything you ask me. That won't do. Boss Yi isn't dead yet. I can't be the principal. Xiang Kuangren shook his head. Even if Boss Yi is dead, it still won't be your turn. I'm not afraid to tell you that Boss Yi specifically came to me a few days ago, hoping that I could replace him. I told him that I didn't care. Wen Xingtian snorted. Keep bragging. It won't be your turn no matter what. Xiang Kuangren expressed his dissatisfaction. Ha. Then it won't be your turn. Just tell me if you're leaving or not. Wen Xingtian finally said impatiently, you better think it through. Your great-grandson and great-granddaughter are in my class now. Old man, if you have nothing to do, then get lost. Otherwise, I'll train them to death and feel sorry for you. Train as you wish. Xiang Kuangren said indifferently. My Xiang family has a lot of seeds. I'm not afraid of training. I'm not afraid of training. I'm afraid of not training. Wen Xingtian rolled his eyes speechlessly. What did you do to Vice Principal Wei? I've noticed that he hasn't appeared in school recently. It's nothing. I just asked him to discuss it with Wu Lugao and the others. Everyone collectively took a step back. It's clearly a legitimate request, but this guy actually refused to go. Xiang Kuangren expressed his dissatisfaction. That guy didn't listen. Did he think that he would be fine if he hid? What? I advise you to be more careful. Wen Xingtian said with a sullen face, Vice Principal Wei's true cultivation and combat strength might not be weaker than yours. Be careful not to fail miserably. If you fail again, you might not be so lucky to make a comeback. You've fought with him before. Humph, Wen Xingtian grunted and didn't say anything else. No matter how Xiang Kuangren asked, he didn't say a word. Can I tell you that when Wei was first transferred here, I didn't like him and went to beat him up at night with a mask on my face. It damaged my image. In the end, while Xiang Kuangren was still blabbering on and on, when Xingtian picked up his bowl of rice and walked away impatiently. Xiang Kuangren was dumbfounded. Do you really not want to see me talking here? Hee, I beg for monthly votes, recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 421. Xiang Kuangren watched as Wen Xingtian left. He could not help but curse, fuck. After so many years, their bad tempers had not changed at all. They all followed the rules to outsiders, but when they were alone with him, they were all so rude. I'm the first vice principal. Fuck. All this time, wasn't it just to remind me that the Wei guy was quite impressive? Humph. I appreciate your kindness. Xiang Kuangren sat in his seat. The Wei guy was not simple. The Wu guy, the Lu guy, the Gao guy, which one of them was simple? Every one of them was so scheming. After a few days of provocation and showing his existence, Xiang Kuangren felt that he was sitting on the mouth of a volcano. His strong return and his reappointment as the first vice principal had undoubtedly touched the fundamental interests of these families. Therefore, it should not be long before they made a move on him. I'm waiting for that day. Xiang Kuangren's eyes flickered. This bunch of despicable people, don't be afraid at the crucial moment. I've been waiting for that day for more than a day or two. Cui Xiaoduo came to the shabby little courtyard again. At this time, Grandma Shi was cooking. Smoke rose slowly from the kitchen. Grandma Shi sat withered in the kitchen, silent. He didn't know how many years it had been, but he had spent it so desolately. The door opened, but Grandma Shi did not get up. Perhaps it was a messenger sending something. Over the years, these people were the ones who came the most. However, at most, it was a routine verification of names. There was nothing else. Grandma Shi. I'm here to see you. Cui Xiaoduo's voice came from outside at the right time. Grandma Shi's expression finally changed. She opened her eyes. Cui Xiaoduo. She turned around and saw Cui Xiaoduo standing in the living room with a smile on his face. He was holding a lunchbox in one hand and 2 bottles of wine in the other. He was busy placing them on the coffee table. Teacher Wen gave me a day off today. I was bored, so I came over to accompany Grandma Shi and have a meal together. You don't mind my sudden visit, do you? Cui Xiaoduo chuckled and acted very familiar. He quickly placed the food on the table and took out a plate of astral beast meat from his ring. Including the plate of star beast meat, it was still a home-cooked meal that ordinary people could afford. Cui Xiaoduo did not deliberately make anything fancy. You child. Grandma Shi finally walked out of the kitchen. Why did you come here alone? I'm really free today. Cui Xiaoduo chuckled. The chopsticks and wine glasses are in the kitchen, right? I'll go get it. He ran into the kitchen and took out the tableware and wine utensils. He helped Grandma Shi to sit at the side while he sat at the head of the table, emptying the seat of honor. Then, he placed a wine cup and chopsticks on the table and opened the wine bottle. The aroma of the wine wafted out as he poured 3 full cups of wine. He rubbed his hands and said, "It smells so good." Grandma Shi looked at Cui Xiaoduo, who was busy and filled the room with youthful vitality. Her eyes, which had withered for God knows how many years, slowly shone with warmth. My talent was not good, and I was so focused on cultivation that I became stupid. I don't know how to do anything, so I bought ready-made food. It definitely doesn't smell as good as the ones I made myself. Cui Xiaoduo chuckled. Grandma Shi, you must be lonely eating alone. Even if Grandpa Shi is with you, there will be one less person to talk to. Why don't I buy more and put it here? If there's nothing to eat in the future, I'll come over and freeload. Grandma Shi picked up the wine cup and focused for a moment. She raised her hand to the portrait and paused for a second. Then, she closed her eyes and drank it. She sat quietly and felt the wine flowing in her body. After a long time, she said lightly, I don't entertain guests here. How can I be a guest? I'm your student, your dear student. Duo eagerly filled Grandma Sher's cup with wine and gently poured the wine from the head of the table from left to right on the ground. Suddenly, the fragrance of the wine filled the air. Then, he picked up his own wine cup and raised it to the portrait. Principal Sher, I'm Duo. I'm new to the Hidden Dragon High School. In the future, please take care of me. I'll give you a toast. After he finished speaking, he raised his cup and drank it. The eyes in the portrait looked at him quietly, without saying a word or moving. After this meal, they ate and drank in silence. Duo also did not speak much. Other than persuading Grandma Sher to eat, he also drank. When the wine arrived, he downed the cup and drank in an exceptionally honest manner. The two of them emptied the 2 bottles of wine in 3 cups. Duo helped to clean up the trash and smiled. Grandma Sher, I'll leave you to it. I'll go back now. Grandma Sher did not say anything. Duo did not stay any longer. He stood up and left. During the entire meal, Duo didn't say anything, nor did he ask any questions. What was the matter with Principal Sher's grievance back then? Why was Grandma Sher the only one in the house? Where did the others go? How did she survive all these years? He did not say or ask any of these questions. He just had a peaceful meal. After Duo left, Grandma Sher did not move for a long time. Her gaze was fixed on the sofa where Duo had sat. There was still a small dent that was slowly recovering. Grandma Sher's eyes flashed. She raised her hand and pressed down in the air. The dent caved in again. It seemed that the young man was still sitting there. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In these few days, Duo would bring wine and dishes to Grandma Sher's place to eat. Twice, he even met a messenger. Many letters were brought into the room. There were also a few parcels containing military medals. Every time, he would leave after eating. He would not stay for long. It was as if he really came to eat with her. Grandma Sher did not refuse or say anything. She watched him come and go calmly. However, Duo's arrival always added some vitality to this desolate little courtyard. Every time he went, Duo would change his appearance. He would only return to his original appearance when he entered the small courtyard. Every time he left, he would also change his appearance when he went out. Before anything was clear, Duo would not cause trouble for himself. He did not want to cause trouble for Grandma Sher. Even if he was not afraid of trouble, there was no need to cause more trouble and add more variables. After lunch, Duo said as he tidied up, Grandma Sher, I might not be able to come tomorrow or the day after. The school is organizing a new student trial. I have to go out of the city. Grandma Sher raised her head and looked at him. After a long time, she said, okay. That was all she said. She did not say anything else. However, Duo did not care. After tidying up, he left. Turning out of the alley, he saw 2 people painting slogans on the main street. Duo did not pay them any attention and walked past them. However, he suddenly stopped. This was because there were 16 big red words painted on the originally snow-white wall. Scum of the human world, scum of the cultured, a beast in human clothing. You are not worthy of being a teacher. There was a big red arrow behind the words, pointing to the alley of Grandma Sher's small courtyard. Duo's face darkened. Those 2 were ordinary people. They did not have any cultivation. However, the anger in Duo's heart was boiling. Why would ordinary people persist in scolding others for more than 20 years? Why would they still paint slogans after more than 20 years? What kind of deep hatred did they have? No, how could there be deep hatred? Duo ruled out the suspicion of these 2 people. However, this matter must have been instructed by someone. There was only one purpose in doing this, and that was to force this lonely old woman to death. Sua Xiaoduo strode forward. He raised his sword and peeled off the entire wall. The sword flashed, and there was a crash. The two people screamed. The tools in their hands fell to the ground. You! Who are you? What do you want? One of them was holding a pen in his hand. His handwriting was quite good. He also appeared to be gentle and refined. Sua Xiaoduo approached him fiercely. Tell me, who asked you to write? No one. Slap. Sua Xiaoduo slapped him. Although he didn't use a lot of strength, it was already a strength that two ordinary people couldn't withstand. His entire body was sent flying by this slap. He spun a few rounds in the air before falling down. When they opened their mouths, 7 or 8 teeth fell out. Their mouths were full of blood. They covered their mouths and said incoherently, You are a martial artist. The country has regulations that martial artists cannot attack ordinary people. You will be punished by the law. While they were stubborn, they stepped back with their legs on the ground. Their eyes were full of fear and panic. A martial artist, how could a martial artist attack ordinary people? Was he not afraid? You want to talk about the law with me? I am the law. I have killed so many ordinary people. Why would I care about the two of you? Sua Xiaoduo's face was fierce. His eyes were ferocious. I guess your house is not far from here, right? Let's go to your house and talk. You must have brought your ID, right? I am not used to being tainted by karma. I might as well solve it all at once. As he spoke, he searched. These two people did not bring their ID. It seemed that they lived nearby and were not far from each other. What are you doing? The two people were so scared that they almost peed. We are ordinary people. Let me tell you, don't be stupid. In the eyes of the law, we are the weak. Slap. Another 2 slaps were given. Damn it, ordinary people have become your amulet. Fuck your mother. Don't you understand human language? I am the law. Sua Xiaoduo scolded. If we go to your house now and then to his house, I will kill your whole family. If you don't talk, I will kill your whole family in front of you. Who ordered you to do this? Are you going to talk? Sua Xiaoduo asked again. The two people hesitated for a moment. Sua Xiaoduo had already picked them up with each hand. It seems that you are stubborn. Then let's go to your house. This place is not big. I don't believe that I can't find out. Please spare our lives. Who ordered you to do this? It was the director. It was Director Sunday, director. What director? Then where is Director's son? The 2 slaps knocked out the other side of the two people's teeth. Since you have revealed the mastermind, I will be merciful and let you go today. But let me tell you, if you come out to write nonsense, destroy the sanitation, and affect the city's image again, I will kill your whole family. It is everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. Do you understand? Sua Xiaoduo had received the director's news. Naturally, he would not kill these 2 people. They were just 2 ordinary people who were instructed by the director to do work. This was their job. Work, how ironic. Sua Xiaoduo was extremely unhappy. His murderous intent was bursting out of his body. This method was extremely vicious. It was a true method to kill. The streets were full of such slogans. People coming and going were talking about what happened in the past and how shameless it was. After a long time, Grandma Sure might really be forced to death by them. Being blamed by thousands and dying without a cause was not just a saying. Grandma Sher's current eccentricity and autism were probably forced out by such methods after so many years. Can't beat you. Can't meet you face to face. But, in reality and on the internet, you are disgusted everywhere. The world is surging, turning into a vast sea of evil. Let's see how long a disheartened sampan like you can survive in this boundless sea. Chapter 422. Therefore, even those Xiao Duo knew that these two were just ordinary people who were sent out to do some work. He could not help but lose his temper. In fact, the killing intent in that split second wasn't an illusion. It was an action that he wanted to take. But in the end, he held it back. He could hide his tracks, but Grandma Sher would inevitably be implicated. That was not something he wanted to see. Public opinion killed people like a knife. Slogans were posted all over the street, trying to force a person who did not have much attachment to this world to death. It was definitely a huge push on the road of life and death. The effect was immediate and obvious. So Xiao Duo walked around a few more times and found a few slogans that had been written, but they were all destroyed. Then, he went all the way to the director's house. In front of the whole family, he kicked the door open and grabbed the fat middle-aged man. He grinned and said, "Director's son, right? Last year, you played with a girl at Brilliant Sky and you haven't paid yet. How long do you want to owe me? Pay up." The middle-aged man was shocked and angry. "I didn't." "You? Who are you? It's illegal to trespass on private property." So Xiao Duo slapped him in the face and said fiercely, "If you pay me, do you think I'll break into your house? Pay up now." Now, the interest had compounded, and it was already 3 million star yuan. "If you don't pay up today, I'll take your whole family's lives." "What 3 million? I don't know." "You've got the wrong person." Director's son was angry and scared. He tried his best to defend himself. On the other hand, his wife's face was filled with suspicion as if she was deep in thought. His son, on the other hand, was dumbstruck and at a loss for what to do. "It's fine if you don't pay up. I'll ask you one thing. If you tell me the truth, I'll let you go." So Xiao Duo leaned close to Director's son's face and said softly, word by word, those slogans outside. "Who asked you to do it? What did you get in return?" 10 minutes later. So Xiao Duo walked out of Director's son's house. His face was full of anger and his heart was full of resentment. The matter was simple. More than 10 years ago, Director's son was found by someone who asked him to post slogans like that every year. At least 50 slogans a year. The corresponding price was 10,000 star dollars a year. Just by painting 50 slogans, he could earn 10,000 star dollars. This amount of money was simply too easy to come by. Director's son didn't even think about it and directly agreed. He had been doing this for 13 years. Do you know why? Yes, to disgust that old lady. Who is that old lady? The wife of Vice Principal Sher of Hidden Dragon High School. Vice Principal Sher has been dead for so many years. Why are you still playing? 10,000 a year. It was that simple. Do you know that doing this will force people to their deaths? I know. Do you have a grudge against him? No. Then why? 10,000 a year. Who is that person? I don't know. What does he look like? He's tall and skinny. I've only seen him once, and he never came again. It's been more than 10 years, but he gives me money every year. Why are you still spamming if you don't come? Sometimes, if I don't pay enough, the other party will call me to ask. What's his phone number? It's here. These are all his numbers, but I can't get through when I call him back. He should have thrown it away after using it. Just for 10,000 a year. Yes. Take a guess. Is it this person who dares to kill your entire family, or me? You. Tell me honestly, do you know that this old lady is innocent? This. Do you know? Yes. Then why did you still do it? 10,000 a year. Hero, my family is poor. A sudden surge of anger rushed up. Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt a buzzing in his head, and he almost couldn't control himself and killed him on the spot. However, this was actually the only clue in this vast and desolate place. Zhuo Xiaoduo suppressed his murderous intent. Do you still want to do it in the future? I don't dare to do it anymore. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's means, Director's son was soon terrified, completely terrified. Especially when Zhuo Xiaoduo was choking his son until he was out of breath, Department Director's son answered all of his questions without hesitation. Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt an indescribable sadness rising from the bottom of his heart as he walked. Sadness. 10,000 a year. He could use such means to cruelly increase the pressure on this lonely and pitiful old lady until she was crushed to death. 10,000 a year could force a Yunduan master to death. Force the death of the widow of a principal who had students all over the world, a teacher who had devoted his life to teaching students. Martial artists couldn't attack ordinary people, but could ordinary people be unscrupulous? This world that claimed to respect martial artists was ridiculous. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was gloomy as he shook the spatial ring. All the valuable things in Director's son's house were stored in this ring, including all the electrical appliances, furniture, and life savings. How could Zhuo Xiaoduo let Director's son's family off so easily? If you take everything away, how will my family survive? I still have a wife and children. My children still have to go to school. Director's son was in tears. Snot and tears flowed down his face as he knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was as hard as iron. He was not moved at all. How you raise your wife and children has nothing to do with me. I'm just a robber. Do you want me to help you out? Zhuo Xiaoduo swaggered off. There were already clues. A few mobile phone numbers were of course one-time use. They would be abandoned after being used once. However, as long as they were used, there would still be clues to follow, and there would be a direction to continue the investigation. A total of 5 mobile phone numbers were called 5 times. Among the 4 numbers, only one was from Fenghai City. The other 4 were all from Shangjing. Shangjing. Zhuo Xiaoduo pursed his lips. Was there really a clue in this matter? Or was the other party deliberately misleading him? Was he deliberately leading the investigation to Shangjing? Forget it. After the trial was over, he would look at the follow-up. If Grandma Shi's side continued to encounter trouble, he might as well simply make this director disappear from the face of the earth that it was not a big deal. Grandma Shi's cultivation was so high. She had not made a move all this time because she was too honest and was too restrained by her identity. And what others were bullying was her honesty and her self-respect. Zhuo Xiaoduo had always scoffed at this. Honesty? What's the use? Who dares to mess with me like this? Do you really think I don't dare to kill your whole family? Standing at the corner of the street, looking at the wall that he had just flattened and the large amount of paint scattered on the ground. The bright red dye was a pool on the ground, bright and dazzling. It was like the blood that Principal Shi had spilled on the battlefield back then. Looking at the small alley that led to Grandma Shi's house. Looking at the surrounding houses, he spread out his divine consciousness and listened to the conversations of all the nearby residents in his own house. Zhuo Xiaoduo, the young man who had a heterodox demon heart on his first test, felt a little lost for the first time. He even felt a little powerless. He seemed to see Principal Shi's calm gaze looking at the surging turbid world. Behind the calm gaze was a heart that gradually turned cold. He also saw Grandma Shi's skinny body tossing and turning in the torrential waves of the boundless sea, rising up and down. She was a powerhouse. She had the ability to completely flatten the waves around her with a raise of her hand. She could evaporate everything with a raise of her hand. But so what? How could she sweep the endless sea clean? How could she bear to sweep it clean? Wasn't the reason why she cultivated desperately and worked hard to become stronger to protect the peace and happiness of this world? It was not easy for her to stand in the clouds with her cultivation. Was she going to do something evil to her original intention? For thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of students had been under her. How could she do something like destroying the world? But how could she avoid it? Back then, the heaven-supporting pillar was no match for the mortal world. A lifetime of helplessness and 3 lifetimes of tears, a lifetime of heroes and bitterly disappointed, that the power of public opinion was so powerless. Public opinion. Xiaoduo's eyes flashed. It's just a knife. If others can use it, so can I. He took out his phone and called Fang Yinhuo. On the other side of the phone, Fang Yinhuo was a little confused. I don't know about this, young master. If you have such an organization, let me threaten the management and make them obedient. I can do it. But if you want me to do it, I really can't. Then you pay for it. When I'm done with the trial, I'll start it. Okay. After returning to the villa, he practiced his hammer for a while in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. He had absorbed more than 30 pieces of high-grade Astral Soul's jade. He felt that he was about to reach the point where he could suppress it. He was only short of 1 piece. He continued to practice his hammer. After about an hour, Li Chenglong came back. Zong, do you have any ideas about setting up a company to control the public opinion on the internet and guide the direction? Xiaoduo asked. Ah. Li Chenglong said, Boss, we don't need a company. As long as we have the money and find the people, we can do it. Oh. You know. A little. Zong was a little smug. Then. I'll leave this matter to you. Xiaoduo said solemnly, no matter what, you have to have the right to speak in this aspect. When the trial is over, we'll work on it. Li Chenglong's expression became serious. Think about it carefully. This is a taboo. Xiaoduo looked at him from the corner of his eyes. We'll talk about it after the trial. Li Chenglong was instantly terrified. The trial is starting tomorrow. I've brought your trial token. Li Chenglong said. There are 2 buttons on this token. When you start, you have to press the bottom button. Every time you hit a star beast, you have to press the top button. When you come out, the number recorded here has to match the number of star beasts you have. This is to prevent cheating. Finally, the ranking will be based on the number and quality of the star beast's cores. It's still very simple. Xiaoduo did not think much of it. That's all. This time, it's based on individual counts. Li Chenglong said, in other words, each person can only record the result of 1 person. The luck factor involved will increase a lot. Some people will encounter more star beasts, while others will encounter less. Li Chenglong said, if you want to take the top 3 this time. It's still quite difficult, Xiaoduo blinked and said, can you snatch others' results? Snatch? Li Chenglong's voice changed. Chapter 423. Li Chenglong immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. It definitely won't work. This task tracker will be transmitted back to the school's central computer as long as you press it. Even if you steal someone else's star beast, as long as the number doesn't match, wouldn't it be meaningless? Can't I just grab it and press mine? Won't it be fine if mine matches? Xiaoduo asked curiously, why do you care if others match? Li Chenglong's head suddenly felt a little dizzy. He inexplicably felt that what Xiaoduo said seemed to make some sense. I still don't think it's possible. The consequences of robbing others are very serious. Although it's nominally for us to go out and train ourselves, there will definitely be teachers following us in the sky or in other hidden places. If we're caught red-handed. Li Chenglong's heart wavered for a moment before he regained his clarity of mind. Swollen, you're really evil. You can even think of such a method. Xiaoduo said disdainfully, you actually want to rob others. Why don't you go to heaven? Let me tell you, you have to be righteous. Li Chenglong was dumbfounded. Then, he saw Wen Xingtian walk in from the door and hit Xiaoduo's head angrily. Do you think your form teacher is deaf? You saw me coming and immediately tried to frame Li Chenglong. If Li Chenglong had such crooked thoughts, I would be relieved. Xiaoduo covered his head with a painful expression. How many times have you done it now? Wen Xingtian asked. I'll start the 9th time soon, Xiaoduo said. Then, he said in distress, it's almost halfway. The 9th time soon. Wen Xingtian suddenly felt that his ears were damaged. He coughed and said, you still need to work harder. Li Chenglong said, I also started my first compression. The process was really painful. During this period of time, Swollen had been practicing martial arts with Xiaoduo, and his progress was also very fast. As the two of them were in close contact for a long time, he increasingly felt that the cold qi in his body was about to be completely dissolved. However, it was also because of this that he was slightly dissatisfied with Xiaoduo's elusive behavior in the past 2 days. He couldn't even lean on his back when he was training. You guys can't relax, the others are fighting with their lives on the line. When Xingtian warned, it's not just the people in our class who are working hard. The people in the other classes are also working hard. Both of you have the same starting point. With your current level, the help that I can give you can also be given by other teachers. Some are even more attentive than I am. Don't make me lose face in the freshman competition that's a month old. Xiaoduo promised confidently, Teacher Wen, don't worry. No matter what, we have to make you go up the wall naked and show your face. Pfft, ha ha ha. Li Chenglong couldn't help but burst out laughing while holding his stomach. When Xingtian's face turned from sunny to gloomy. That night, he gave Xiaoduo a fierce training session. When Xingtian left at 9 o'clock. Tonight, he still had to visit the other students to confirm everyone's condition. Gather at school early tomorrow, and we'll set off together. Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong lay on the ground and panted. They were exhausted. After a long while, Xiaoduo got up and murmured, Teacher Wen has been suppressing my critical point all this time. Teacher Wen's control is really strong. When Xingtian forced Xiaoduo to use all his trump cards with only 3 moves. Then, he continued to exert pressure on his critical point and bombarded it for an hour. Xiaoduo's legs were weak and his waist was sore. He felt that something was wrong everywhere, but he was sweating to his heart's content. Li Chenglong naturally knew more about Xiaoduo's movements than the others. You deliberately waited for me instead of practicing in the afternoon. Is there something else? Yes. And it's a very important matter. Xiaoduo took out a piece of paper. There are 5 phone numbers on this. They're all abandoned long ago, but that's not important. I know you have a photographic memory, and you're very good at this. Check these 5 numbers. Find out which segment they belong to and which city they belong to. You just have to determine which segment of the city they were in when they were used. Also, this is the account where the money was transferred. Check it too. Although there's not much hope. Li Chenglong pondered and took it. I'll try. It shouldn't be difficult. Okay. These are. They're related to the murder of Principal Shi. They're the only clues we have now. Or maybe they can't be considered clues. Understood. Li Chenglong was suddenly energized. I'll go up and compress my current realm. Sua Xiao Duo reminded him, swollen, you're starting to compress your realm too. It's best if you use the high-grade jade of astral souls to channel your meridians. It'll help you get twice the result with half the effort. I only have a few pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. Li Chenglong's face immediately turned bitter. I'll give you 1,000 first, Sua Xiaoduo said. Thank you, boss. Li Chenglong was instantly excited. 1,000 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls was enough. You're welcome, you're welcome. When we go on a mission together, I'll deduct it from your harvest. I heard that high-grade jade of astral souls is relatively expensive in Fenghai. It's almost as expensive as high-grade jade of astral souls in other places. Just give me the change according to the market price, and I won't charge you any interest. Is that good enough? Sua Xiaoduo said and disappeared. Li Chenglong's jaw dropped. He knew that this guy was up to something. As expected. Li Chenglong wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had a premonition that he would have to repay this debt. If a certain someone kept repeating his words and added interest, he might not be able to repay it in this lifetime. The market price of 1,000 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. It was not just a sky-high price, it was a price that cost his life. However, Swollen was also an open-minded person. He quickly calmed down. If he couldn't repay it, why did he have to? The more he owed, the more he felt at ease. Hang on. Sua Xiaoduo, if you have the ability, come and collect the debt. I don't have money, but I do have a life. Li Chenglong turned on his computer and immersed himself in the internet. He continued to issue orders and began to investigate the numbers that had long been abandoned. As long as they existed, there must be traces to follow. Sua Xiaoduo went upstairs and continued to absorb the jade of astral souls. Then, he began the 9th compression. Almost. I've reached 4/10 of the place. After the intense pain, Sua Xiaoduo felt weak all over. He only hoped that he could quickly complete the compression until he couldn't compress anymore. When he couldn't control the breakthrough, he would quickly break through the embryonic breathing realm and end this damn thorny path. Each compression was more painful than the last. Even if he was really stupid, he still couldn't bear it. It was only the 9th time, but Sua Xiaoduo already felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. Everything is to suppress Nian Nian Cat. I have to work hard. I have to risk my life. I want it. I want it. Now, this was the only thought that supported him. The next morning. Li Chenglong was still in his dream when Sua Xiaoduo pulled him up. At this moment, the sky was still dark. So early. Li Chenglong had been busy until late yesterday. He was exhausted and wanted to sleep more. Don't sleep. Let's go now. Sua Xiaoduo wouldn't say that he had been tormented by Xiaolong for the whole night. It was strange. These days, Xiaolong would come punctually every night, or more accurately, as soon as Sua Xiaoduo fell asleep, and pester Sua Xiaoduo. Play with me. Sua Xiaoduo was annoyed beyond words. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been in contact with Li Zhongming for a long time and had a considerable resistance to dreams, Sua Xiaoduo wouldn't have been able to deal with it. But now, the situation was different. After Xiaolong arrived, Sua Xiaoduo began to mutter, "This is a dream, this is a dream." Then, he successfully dispelled it. Xiaolong didn't have any other desire, but it pestered Sui Xiaoduo for luck points. However, Sui Xiaoduo regarded luck points as important as his life. How could he give it away so easily? Oh, I worked hard to read people's fortune and earn some points. Then, I gave them to you in my dreams at night. What benefits did you give me? You didn't give me anything. It was like this every time. Give me that. Then what did you give me? I'm so poor. I'm dreaming. Xiaolong was also extremely miserable now. Sui Xiaoduo didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Every time he spoke, Sui Xiaoduo began to say, I'm dreaming. I haven't finished speaking. Every time, I just say the opening line, I'm so poor, and you expel me. You don't even listen to me. How do you know that I can't give you any benefits? This good brother of his was a huge disappointment to the dragon. Those numbers, 4 are in Shangjing, and 1 is in Fenghai. Fenghai is the number assigned to North City. As for the 4 numbers in Shangjing, 3 are in the East City District, and 1 is in the Central City District. Is there anything else? These 5 numbers have only been used once. They're new, so they'll be thrown away after 1 use. The IDs found are useless. They're all ordinary people's. They're fake. Anything else? The call in the Central City District of Shangjing was longer, but it didn't exceed a minute. Anything else? I can't find anything else. Then why don't you estimate, if you were the one doing this, where would you be from? Sui Xiaoduo asked. I'm from Shangjing. Sui Xiaoduo nodded. Putting himself in Xiaolong's shoes, if he was the one doing it, it would be more likely that he was from Shangjing. Anything else? This time, there's really nothing else. In other words, the person who framed Vice President Shi Yunfeng was from Shangjing. Sui Xiaoduo's eyes flashed. Not completely, but more than 60% sure, Li Chenglong said cautiously. This is Director Sun's phone number and his home phone number. Find a way to secretly monitor it and see if you can capture it. Okay. Li Chenglong said, you can also find out if President Shi had any enemies in Shangjing back then. This possibility is too small. Moreover, it will lead to the wrong direction. Sui Xiaoduo shook his head. He had thought of this possibility countless times. However, President Shi's incident back then was too tragic and despicable. If the big families in Shangjing were his enemies, doing this would expose them. Investigating from this side might not yield much. Moreover, if the direction was off, it would really be like a stone sinking into the sea. These few days have been really tiring. I have to complete the grocery shopping mission today. Chapter 424. Take it slow. We can't rush this. Yes, it's been so many years. We've just made contact, and we want to find out something. That's too whimsical. Yes, but now that we have these numbers, it's still a small gain. I just hope that they'll call as soon as possible. Not necessarily. Yes. What about the accounts to transfer the money? Private accounts. They're all ordinary people's accounts, and they change every time. It's meaningless. The other party has a tight grasp on these aspects. Sigh. 5:00 in the morning. All the students had gathered. Is everyone ready? Everything is ready. Weapons, food, and drinks. Everything is ready. Let's go. Wen Xingtian waved his hand. Wait. Sui Xiaoduo took a step forward with a smile on his face. Teacher Wen, give me 2 minutes. I have a few words to say. Wen Xingtian narrowed his eyes. Kid. Do you want to be a homeroom teacher? Speak. Swish Xiaoduo stepped out of the line and stood in front of the class, his back ramrod straight. Let's go. I'll also say a few words from the bottom of my heart. Due to Swish Xiaoduo's rare serious expression, the faces of the students also became serious. Thank you for your praise. I, Swish Xiaoduo, will take on the great and honorable position of Class 1's class monitor. Although this trial is nominally to give everyone contribution points, at the end of the day, it's actually related to the issue of ranking. We're the first grade's Class 1, the so-called seed class. We're the focus of the entire school. Therefore, in this trial, everyone must give it your all. If anyone drags us down, don't blame me for not helping you fight back if someone else steals your table in the cafeteria. Was this a blatant threat? Other than Li Chenglong, the 34 students were speechless. This class monitor was really well. Li Chenglong wasn't speechless because he knew that this wasn't a threat. This was reality. Swish Xiaoduo would really take action. Next, I'll make a few requests. First, the overall score must be from Class 1. Second, the top 3 must also be from Class 1. Swish Xiaoduo paused and said, "Is there a problem?" "No problem." All the students shouted together. Good. How ambitious. Third, Teacher Wen is very lenient about the top 10. It's enough to keep 7 spots. But my request is that the top 10 must also be from our class. Since Class 1, Class 1, Class 1's Class 1, Class 1's Class 1, Class 1, if we win, we'll win, no flaws. Everyone aims to washes us, for a full month, SSS dirty socks for a full month no one is allowed to hold back. Do you understand? This time, he had to bring Li Chenglong along. The 35 students in Class 1 were silent. It wasn't enough to take the top 10 places, but the top 36 as well. Even Teacher Wen didn't dare to think this way. What did he mean by a perfect win? Was there such a thing as a perfect win? Wen Xingtian kept nodding. He was very pleased. It was the right choice to let Swish Xiaoduo be the class monitor. Although this condition was a little harsh, it was bound to greatly improve everyone's morale. After all, no one was willing to wash someone else's socks for a full month. I know that all of you are not confident. Swish Xiaoduo smiled and said, "Don't worry. I dared to propose this because I'm quite confident and have thought of a feasible way for everyone. Next, I'll call the roll. Everyone, come to me to receive the strongest support for this trip." As he said that, he began to call the roll. Li Chenglong. Here. Swollen didn't have any doubts. He took a thin envelope from Swish Xiaoduo and returned to his original position. Xiang Chong. Here. Meng Zhangjun. Here. Hao Han. Here, dot. Bing Dan, dot. Xiang Bing's eyes were spitting fire. He drew his saber with a whoosh. Xiang Bing. Here. All 35 envelopes were distributed. However, this time, even Wen Xingtian was curious. What was in the envelopes? How could it be the strongest support? The things in the envelopes are very simple. It's the plan I'm giving you. Swish Xiaoduo chuckled and his body suddenly became less straight. He used a sincere tone and said, "We're all classmates, how can I just watch you guys get surpassed? So I thought of a way in advance for everyone. Last night, I thought of a brilliant plan all night." Everyone in the class was confused, including the class teacher, Wen Xingtian. As you all know, I introduced myself at the beginning of the semester. I'm the most skilled in divination, second in wealth, and last in cultivation. Swish Xiaoduo said proudly, just for this experience, I've helped each of you with a divination. The plan in the envelopes is from me. It's the most suitable location for your face and fate. As long as you follow the directions in the envelopes, you'll definitely return with a full load. You'll be rich. Hearing this, the students in the class were speechless again. Looking at the envelopes in their hands, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's it. The strongest support. When Xingtian almost couldn't catch his breath. You wanted to say a few words, but your real purpose was this. If you have any doubts, you can ask Li Chenglong. When have I been wrong? I've been wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo said loudly. However, divination can't be taught easily, and divination can't be seen for free. Last night, I peeked into the secrets of heaven and lost a lot of energy. Now, I can't prove it with words. Based on the profits of this operation, if my divination is accurate and you don't fall out of the 36th place, and the profits are satisfactory, the person involved will have to give me 10,000 yuan. How about it? There was silence. Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. You want to charge 350,000 yuan just for this? Do you think we're fools? I can consider 5,000 yuan. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed dryly. More and more people were silent. If there were people who believed a little just now that they heard the person involved take the initiative to lower the price, they wouldn't believe it. 2,000. With a muffled sound, Zhuo Xiaoduo was kicked back by Wen Xingtian. Wen Xingtian's face was ashen. He said sternly, "Let's go." He took the lead and left. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still chattering behind him. It's really accurate. Li Chenglong covered Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth from behind. Boss, true knowledge comes from practice. If it's effective, we'll pay for it. Why are you devaluing yourself? You're really not cut out for business. The students were in an uproar. Li Chenglong was indeed Zhuo Xiaoduo's sidekick. The two of them were the same kind of people. Wen Xingtian quickened his pace. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong hurried to catch up. The group of people broke through the morning fog like sharp arrows. From afar, in another direction, there were also long dragons. One after another, they soared into the sky and broke through the fog, flying out of the city. The Hidden Dragon High School's 24 new classes had all set off for the training ground. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing walked side by side with Li Chenglong, who had caught up. When they saw Li Chenglong carefully put away the envelope, they couldn't help but ask, "Swollen, the class monitor is playing tricks. Why are you following him?" Everyone saw it. There's no point in pretending. Li Chenglong snorted and said, "If you don't believe me, you don't have to do it. Anyway, you're the ones who will lose. Boss is just kind and wants to pull you guys along. If I had his ability, I would definitely hide. He actually called me swollen. Li Chenglong missed Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and the others. Although he was getting closer to Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, he still felt uncomfortable being called swollen. As long as he recalled the scene of Zhuo Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing and the others calling him swollen, he would feel happy. Perhaps, this was the difference. Seeing that Xiang Chong was still half believing and half doubting, Li Chenglong snorted and said, "You guys are just short-sighted." When Class Monitor Zhuo was in Phoenix City, the average price he charged for fortune-telling was 200,000. It was nothing. Some rich people who went to get their fortunes told would spend at least 1 million just to ask him for a few words. Really? Xiang Bing asked in shock. I don't want to argue with you guys now. Real knowledge comes from practice. Let the facts speak for themselves. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. How dare you say that I'm flattering you? We've been classmates for a while now. Have you and your sister ever seen me say a single lie or exaggeration? The brother and sister were a little dumbfounded. For a moment, they didn't know how to react. What should I say? Let's talk about a few days ago. Our principal Yi also asked class monitor Zhuo for fortune-telling. Li Chenglong looked around sneakily and lowered his voice. Also, why did Grandma Shi grab Zhuo Xiaoduo and leave after snatching the table that time? She must have asked him for fortune-telling. Li Chenglong expected better from them. You guys obviously took advantage of him and thought that he did something to you. Really? You don't know how lucky you are. At this point, Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han and a few others suddenly left the group like arrows and ran back the way they came. They only left one sentence, "Why didn't you say so earlier when you threw it away?" Before they finished speaking, they were already gone. It turned out that these people didn't believe Zhuo Xiaoduo's words at all and had already thrown the envelope away. Li Chenglong tilted his head and looked proud. Why should I tell you? I just like to see you guys run back to get it when you're tired like dogs. There were another 4 or 5 people who ran back together with him. Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong immediately tightened their grip on the envelope in their hands. They still felt unsafe and quickly put it into their space rings. Then, the rest of the way turned into Li Chenglong's science talk show. It was a talk show that talked about Master Zhuo's great achievements. Zhuo was known as Master Zhuo back in Phoenix City. Blah blah. Li Chenglong's saliva flew everywhere. Like that person. Or that person. Chapter 425. Li Chenglong knew quite a lot. He told them one by one, and they were all legendary stories. Between the lines, it was as if he was a heavenly fortune-teller. He was like a living immortal in the mortal world. I'll tell you one thing. If there's anything you don't understand, if there's anything you don't understand, if there's something you don't like, if there's trouble in your family, if your ancestral graves don't match, if you're always unlucky. Marriage, future, fate. Life and death situations, being framed by others. Etc., everything. Li Chenglong said resolutely, you can look for Zhuo for guidance. We're all classmates, so I don't think Zhuo will take you in too much. It's fine as long as you're okay with it. But you have to seize the opportunity. Zhuo is very busy. After graduation, you won't be together anymore. At that time, it'll be difficult to find Zhuo again. A person's identity, position, and social status all change with time, place, and environment. Once the wind and clouds turn into a dragon, the past is the present, and the present is not. Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, and the others all agreed. Wen Xingtian, who was at the front, heard every word. For a moment, he only felt a stomach full of complaints. This was Xiaoduo. He actually brought a hairdryer with him when he went to school. There's no limit to how much he can blow. Li Chenglong kept blowing, and it was as if he was in the clouds. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was afraid that no one would believe him at first, became calm and relaxed. With his hands behind his back, he followed beside Wen Xingtian. He had the demeanor of an immortal, and the demeanor of an expert, that he was like a celestial drop from the sky, floating in the wind. There was an indescribable elegance, and an endless free and easy feeling. He looked very elegant, and his temperament was even better. Of course, the main thing was that he looked really good, so the image was naturally very good. Thick fog rolled in front of them. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, the morning fog was even more like the tide and the sea. It was a magnificent sight. When Xingtian led his men into the thick fog, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was beside him, suddenly burst into laughter. With his hands behind his back, Zhuo Xiaoduo flew in after him, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He recited, I was originally an immortal banished from the 9 heavens, dancing in the clouds above the clouds. Today, I stepped into the mundane world, and my hands touched the mortal world. With a glance, I saw through the 3 lives of people, and with a word, I understood all the people in the world. If you want to know where the mysteries of heaven are, you must look for Masters Wa. Cough, cough, cough. When Xingtian coughed for a while, his breathing was muddy. He fell down 300 zhangs from the sky before he flew back up. With a dark face, he scolded, "Shut up." Sua Xiaoduo was startled, so he kept his hands behind his back without saying a word and continued to fly. They did not encounter a single person along the way. Not even a single divine sense was detected. The students of the Hidden Dragon High School were training, and a large number of teachers were accompanying them. The atmosphere was earth-shattering, and no one in the city dared to breathe loudly. It was said that there was a martial artist in the past who muttered, "What's there to be proud of?" The vice principal went out to Hor. "Is it glorious?" In the end, the teacher in charge of the Hidden Dragon High School team flew down and caught him. After asking about the power he belonged to, he went straight to the door. For ordinary people, we can let them go, and we can't. But for martial artists, we need to come up with an explanation. In the end, all the members of this gang were caught and interrogated. And the people who led the team that year were Wen Xingtian and Zhang Xiaofei. After finding out that there were other crimes, these 2 people directly took action and slaughtered the entire gang. From then on, any martial artist who wanted to badmouth the Hidden Dragon High School first had to find a secret place to do so. The anger of the entire Hidden Dragon High School had already reached the sky, and there was nowhere to vent it. Whoever dared to show their face would be unlucky. No one was stupid. That year, Vice Principal Shi had a student who was drinking with his colleagues at the Sun Moon Pass. A senior officer was drunk and treated the matter of the Hidden Dragon High School as a joke. In the end, all the students at the front line of the Hidden Dragon High School boycotted him. Regardless of their superiors or subordinates, they were beaten up dozens of times a day. After that, Commander Dongfang directly gave the order to dismiss him and expel him from the army. Commander Dongfang only said one sentence: "Even if you went to Hor with your cloud transformation realm cultivation, what prostitute in this world could resist you? Even if you were at the inner core realm, you could no longer find ordinary people to vent your desires. It's fine if people who don't know the truth say it, but you, a high-level martial artist, actually said it. That means you did it intentionally. You don't respect heroes, and you don't deserve to serve in our army. If not for the military rules and regulations, would have killed you with my own hands." That was what Marshal Dongfang had said. He hadn't changed a single word, and everyone went out of the city. A boundary separated the 2 sides. The inner side was calm and peaceful, and that was Fenghai City. Outside, meteors fell from the sky, and pits were everywhere. It was like the battlefield of the technological era a long time ago, when thousands of cannons were fired at the same time, and the earth was filled with smoke. From the moment we leave the city, the curtains of this trial will be drawn. When Xingtian waited for everyone to finish lining up, he said, "Now, turn on all the trial communicators and check if they are normal." All of them were turned on. Immediately, the red dots on their wrists kept flashing. I have already told you the relevant rules more than once. When you successfully hunt prey, this communicator will automatically record and take a picture. Then, press the button on it, and the school will receive your message. When the time comes, take your harvest back to the school to count it. When the numbers are correct, the final result will be calculated. When Wen Xingtian said this, he deliberately glanced at Sua Xiaoduo. There is no possibility of robbery. Master's Wa's expression did not change. He stood with his hands behind his back, tall and slender, and continued to maintain his calm and sage-like temperament. He was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. When the prey is found, it is naturally possible for 2 or more people to find it together. Wen Xingtian sighed heavily and said, "At that time, you have to pay attention to your actions. You can compete with each other, but you can't harm your own people. Everyone's communicators will be recording and taking pictures together. Once you are found to have violated the rules, you will be immediately expelled from the Hidden Dragon Academy." Suoxiaoduo's eyes shone brightly and said, "We can still compete. Put away your bad ideas." Wen Xingtian scolded loudly. "Oh." Suoxiaoduo lowered his head in shame. Suddenly, there was laughter from the group. There is no such thing as a designated area. You can go through the entire outskirts. As long as you are strong enough, you will naturally be able to get more rewards. Why limit your vision to the rewards of others? But you have to be careful. You have to have at least a star beast in the embryonic breathing realm to get points. After the ranking, the prey that you have obtained will be handed over to the school. It will become the source of your first credits in the school. Wen Xingtian looked at his watch and said, "The duration of this practical experience is 3 days. The rewards of these 3 days will at least be enough credits for the next half a month. After this, the new students are not allowed to come out for practical experience until the end of the month. At the beginning of next month, the freshman competition will begin. The second practical experience will only be held 10 days after the competition. For the remaining half a month of the freshman period, you will consume resources but not credits. However, from the first of next month onwards, all related resources, including food and drinks, will have to be exchanged with credits. Do you remember?" Wen Xingtian emphasized, "You have to save at least half a month's worth of living and practicing necessities. Otherwise, you will have to consume the storage in your space ring. However, that will be a very embarrassing thing in the Hidden Dragon High School. Do you remember everything?" The overall commander in charge of this practical experience was the vice president of the Hidden Dragon High School, Xiang Quangren. In the morning fog, an extremely burly figure could be seen crossing the morning fog and appearing in midair. "Everyone, gather." The other classes, including Suoxiaoduo's class, all gathered in that direction. However, at this moment, Suoxiaoduo saw the facial features of Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. His expression suddenly changed. Black chi rushed to the sky. A great calamity of life and death. Suoxiaoduo's heart thumped. It wasn't there when they set off just now. Why was it there now? He moved closer to Li Chenglong and said, "What did Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing say?" Li Chenglong said, "They said that they will act according to the instructions in the brocade pouch." Suoxiaoduo frowned, "Something is wrong." Li Chenglong. "I just bragged to you. How is it wrong? Don't slap me in the face so soon." Suoxiaoduo didn't say anything. He just caught up with the team with a sullen face. He chased after Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing and said in a low voice, "Now listen to me. Don't say a word." Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were both stunned, but they cooperated and listened quietly. "When you get out of the city, you two will temporarily split up and immediately go to the 11:00 direction. You must do as I say." Suoxiaoduo's voice was very urgent. "Why?" Xiang Bing's face was full of confusion. "This time we are acting alone. We can't act together." Xiang Chong, however, looked thoughtful. "Now listen to me." Suoxiaoduo growled and then whispered, "Think about Vice President Chang's family affairs. If you two want to follow in his footsteps, then do it." Their faces changed color and they were stunned on the spot. "Your great-grandfather's reappearance this time is too forceful, and has already greatly affected the other party's interests. Just now, in the morning, I saw that there was nothing wrong with your faces, but now, your faces are filled with a dark aura. An unforeseen event in an instant, and the aura has changed greatly, mainly due to the interference of a powerful external factor, which is the so-called sudden change. In other words, the other party decided to act at the last moment. So as Xiaoduo said, I think it's very likely that because the theme of this training is based on individuals, the other party wants to make a move when you two are alone and use you two to attack your great-grandfather. I have to say, this is really a heaven-sent opportunity for them. Think about it. Your great-grandfather is the person in charge of this experiential learning. But his great-grandchildren have an accident. Who should be responsible for this? How is this going to end? Once it happens, the Xiang family will not only have to die before their children, but also have to bear the joint responsibility. Xiang Bing's pretty face turned pale. That year, Vice President Cheng's family affairs were so nasty that everyone who knew about it cursed. Now, someone wanted to use such a method to deal with her. Chapter 426. But it's okay. This time, the teacher of Hidden Dragon High School has sealed the whole area with a chain of qi. All cultivators above the nascent soul stage cannot enter the chain of qi. Once they enter, they will be discovered. Then, the cultivation of those who want to do this is at most below the nascent soul stage. So as Xiaoduo said, as long as you remember what I said, after leaving the city, split up first, and then immediately go to the 11:00 direction and meet with me, you will be safe. Understood. Remember not to make a fuss first, so as not to alert the enemy. I will go and report to Teacher Wen first. The so-called God-given opportunity may not be their only opportunity. So as Xiaoduo whispered, keep your face natural. Don't let the enemy give up this operation. Both of them smiled dryly. Back then, Vice Principal Cheng's granddaughter was raped and killed, and his grandson was killed. Such a tragic fate was vivid in his mind. Now, there was someone who had such a bad idea about him and was about to take action. How could he relax? So as Xiaoduo did not have a better idea at this time. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were not the kind of people who could be easily manipulated. On the contrary, they were the kind of people who had their own ideas. If he didn't say that he had broken through the middle gate, the two of them would definitely not listen. So as Xiaoduo was confident about this. Xiang Quangren was speaking from above. So as Xiaoduo quietly came to Wen Xingtian and pulled Wen Xingtian's sleeve. Wen Xingtian turned his head. Seeing Wen Xiaoduo's face was unprecedentedly serious and even had a look of vigilance, Wen Xingtian's heart suddenly jumped. What's the matter? Wen Xingtian asked in a low voice as he followed Wen Xiaoduo out a few steps. Teacher Wen, if you trust me, please shield the surroundings. I am not in the nascent soul stage, so I can't transmit my voice, Wen Xiaoduo said. Without thinking, Wen Xingtian immediately set up a barrier and said, Speak. I just saw the change in Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's faces. A great disaster is coming. Teacher Wen, do you believe that I can read people's faces? Wen Xiaoduo asked. Wen Xingtian's eyes were deep as he said, I do. Firstly, Yi Chongqing had once asked Wen Xiaoduo to look at his fortune and give him pointers. This was something that Yi Chongqing had told Wen Xingtian before. Secondly, Grandma Shi had kidnapped Wen Xiaoduo right in front of Wen Xingtian. Wen Xingtian was naturally well aware of the truth behind it. For Wen Xingtian, even if he did not fully believe in Wen Xiaoduo's ability, he was at least 70 to 80% convinced. And there was Wen Xiaoduo's expression was unprecedentedly serious. What he was about to say was not something that could be easily dealt with. He would rather believe it than not. The Hidden Dragon High School could not afford to have such a thing happen again. The situation is actually very simple. It's just that Vice Principal Xiang's sudden recovery this time has affected the fundamental interests of some people. Wen Xiaoduo said, I just saw Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's faces. It's very ominous. A great disaster is coming. So I was thinking, could it be those people? They want to use the method that they used to deal with Vice Principal Ching. As soon as he said this, Wen Xingtian's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He said coldly, "What did you say?" "Calm down." Cui Xiaoduo immediately reminded him. Damn it. Wen Xingtian's emotions slowly recovered, but his eyes were still shining. The tragedy of Vice Principal Chang's family could be said to be the biggest pain in the entire Hidden Dragon High School. An obedient girl in her prime was raped and killed, and her body was left naked on the street. A promising young man was seriously injured and died in the mouth of a star beast. Such a despicable method, was it going to appear again today? Because of the convenience of insightful insight, we were on guard. Coupled with the cheese ceiling of many teachers in the Hidden Dragon High School, cultivators above nascent soul can't come in silently. Those who can come in are below nascent soul. I've already told Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing to meet me at 11 o'clock after they enter. As long as the person's strength is not above nascent soul, I think I can still resist a wave of attacks. But Teacher Wen, you can't show off now. If you act now, it will only make the other party give up on the established plan. Wen Xingtian nodded silently. This sentence was not wrong at all. Actually, I hope that this time, we can catch them alive. Cui Xiaoduo said, if I'm not wrong, it should be related to the tragedy of Vice Principal Chang's family. At the very least, it should be related to one of the 5 principals. This is inevitable. In fact, the other party chose the perfect time. If it wasn't for my accidental intervention, this tragedy would have been inevitable. I understand. Wen Xingtian took a deep breath. In other words, you can't act rashly. Cui Xiaoduo said, give me a way to contact you immediately. Immediately. Wen Xingtian frowned and took out a piece of low-grade jade of astral souls. He said, can you crush this? It's a piece of cake. That's good. Wen Xingtian was still a little worried. He first crushed a few cracks on the low-grade jade of astral souls and then used his power to bind a trace of divine soul power on it. Crush this. I'll be there as soon as possible. Okay. Cui Xiaoduo carefully put it away. He thought about it and still felt uneasy. He said, Teacher Wen, I can't expose this matter. If people find out about this ability of mine. Sigh, I shouldn't have sent the letter this morning. This isn't Phoenix City after all. I shouldn't be so high profile. You're just a bastard who can't even hold 2 tails of sesame oil in your stomach. Who do you think I did that for in the morning? Wen Xingtian said angrily. If you don't show off your ability, you'll be itchy all day. Get lost. Leave this to me. Okay. Cui Xiaoduo said, one last thing. Don't let Vice Principal Xiang know about this before we return to school. I think this Vice Principal has a bad temper. This kind of person can do things, but also. It's fine as long as you understand. Wen Xingtian smiled faintly and kicked Cui Xiaoduo's butt. Get lost. Vice Principal Xiang is much more shrewd than you. Do you really think a boorish man can be the vice principal of Hidden Dragon University? Hee hee. Cui Xiaoduo laughed dryly and hurriedly returned to the team. He slapped himself in the face for saying that last sentence. Teacher Wen was right. I was too one-sided in thinking about things. Sigh, Cui Xiaoduo, why do you always look down on the heroes of the world? On the other side, Xiang Quangren had finished his speech. However, when he saw that Wen Xingtian had set up a barrier to speak, he did not immediately give the order. He pretended to be silent for a minute. Seeing that the two of them had separated, Xiang Quangren ordered, let's go. The barrier suddenly opened up, Cui Xiaoduo's class 1 was at the front, Wen Xingtian was the first to fly out, followed by the 36 people of Class 1, one after another. Then Class 2 and Class 3. As soon as the class teachers of the 24 classes went out, they immediately moved in different directions. They all turned into streams of light and went to their assigned areas to guard. Xiang Quangren stayed at the back. Wen Xingtian's voice was still in his ears. "Stay here and don't go in." Xiang Quangren scratched his head and thought, what the hell? However, since Wen Xingtian said so, there must be a reason, and it was very likely to be a major reason. Xiang Quangren was guessing in his heart, but the expression on his face did not change. He stood at the boundary with his hands behind his back, turned around, and shouted, "Go get me some wine and some dishes. I'm going to be bored to death waiting like this for a day." The people around him laughed, and someone immediately went to do it. Xiang Quangren sat cross-legged with his head lowered, as if he was taking a nap. However, no one saw that his eyes were full of murderous intent. Wen Xingtian must have found something. Since he specifically reminded me, then the subsequent changes are most likely related to me. I just came out of seclusion and made a scene in Hidden Dragon University. Yes. One of my great-grandsons and one of my great-granddaughters went out for the trial today. When Xiang Quangren thought of this, a little realization came to his mind, and he almost could not suppress the surging murderous intent in his heart. He hurriedly circulated his internal energy and calmed himself down. Then, he took deep breaths of air. No, I have to stay calm. I have to believe in Wen Xingtian, believe in Wen Xingtian. Xiang Quangren kept suppressing his emotions. However, how could he really be at ease when he had already thought of the trial? He could not help but feel a little anxious. He raised his head and said, "Why aren't the dishes here yet?" On the other side, Zhuo Duo was the first to fly out like a meteor. He laughed loudly and kicked away a stone of astral souls that fell from the sky. Then, his body was like a ray of light, rushing forward like lightning. Li Chenglong and the others also followed the directions given by Zhuo Duo and scattered in all directions. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing looked at each other and rushed forward from the left and right respectively. Zhuo Duo's speed was like lightning. Along the way, as long as he found a star beast, he would throw a hidden weapon at it. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he had already shot out 17 small bottle gourds. At the same time, his hand also pressed 17 buttons on the communication device. His body flew past, and the 17 embryonic breathing realm star beasts were all caught by him and thrown into the space ring. In the ring, the dragon blood flying dagger was already erected on the other side. The star beasts that were thrown in were basically in a half-dead state and only had one breath left. When the dragon blood flying dagger slashed across their stomachs, the injury was not serious. The slash only took away 1/3 of the energy of the star beast's body. It did not destroy the integrity of the star beast's body, but its appearance was greatly reduced. With the increase of his cultivation, the power of the hidden weapons that Zhuo Duo released had also increased. The star beasts that did not have a strong outer layer of leather armor were basically dealt with by a small bottle gourd. They were seriously injured without exception. Zhuo Duo rushed out more than 20 miles in one breath like a hurricane. Yes, these 20 miles referred to the fact that he jumped back and forth in the form of the word spread. None of the embryonic breathing realm star beasts within the attack range escaped. These were all credits, and at the same time, they were also the nutrients of the dragon blood flying dagger. Regarding this, Zhuo Duo would never complain about having too many credits. The more, the better. He went back and forth in front of them like lightning. In the 20 miles that he walked, none of the embryonic breathing realm star beasts within a 700-meter wide range were spared. They were all captured. For a moment, the ranking screen on the school's mainframe was like a waterfall that was crazily refreshed. Zhuo Duo instantly occupied the first place in the rankings. When Xiang Chong, who was in second place, only had 18 credits. Shuo Duo, who was in first place, had already accumulated more than 700 credits. Chapter 427. The teacher who was looking at the computer was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but curse, "Is this guy cheating? Could it be that his finger has been pressing on the trial communicator all this time?" He harvested more than 700 points in less than 5 minutes. Even picking up trash and stones wouldn't be this fast, right? How could it be like this? The unlucky ones were the students who were following behind Shuo Duo, or those who happened to coincide with his route. They didn't know that someone was sweeping in front of them. They searched carefully but didn't even see a single bird feather. They were all dumbfounded. Why is it so fucking clean here? This can't be, right? How can one earn credits in such a place? Isn't this cheating? Maybe it'll be better if we go further. It's a coincidence, a coincidence. It said that it's very easy in the past. Why is it this year? Let's go forward and see. Everyone else also felt strange, so they all sped up and rushed forward. However, their journey was so clean. In the end, they simply stopped searching and rushed forward with all their might. After chasing for more than 90 kilometers, he finally saw a fellow in front of him who was leaping back and forth in a strange zigzag pattern. Everywhere he passed, the star beasts seemed to be waiting in place or jumping into his spatial ring on their own accord. How could it be so easy to harvest? However, wherever this guy passed, not even a blade of grass was left behind. The dozen or so students who saw this scene were dumbfounded. Fuck, what a waste of time. So there's a sweeper in front. I was wondering why there was nothing. His movements are too fast. We can't afford to offend him. Hurry up and change direction. Fuck, we wasted an hour of effort. We were so unlucky from the start. If we had said earlier, this guy wouldn't have come even if we were beaten to death. If we had changed our route earlier, we might have harvested earlier. Oh right, who is this guy? Who else could it be? This guy is the champion of the Longhu list competition, Shuo Duo. Don't think that he's harvesting star beasts like a harvester. Actually, let me tell you. He hasn't used his true abilities yet. That's the Sword King. The Sword King is indeed mighty. You've already been shaved bald, yet you're still in the mood to shout 666 here. You're too careless. Let's go, let's change our route quickly. Whether we eat or drink for the next half a month will depend on this harvest. The dozen or so students were extremely depressed. We searched for 100 miles, but we didn't even find a single strand of hair. The route is here. What a fucking loss. Sure enough, there were some gains after changing the route. However, all of them were scared. If they fell behind by an hour, wouldn't they be at the bottom of the school? Fucking Sword King. Fucking Sword King. You've caused me so much trouble. Shuo Duo charged all the way. Wherever he passed, all the embryonic breathing realm star beasts within a 300-mile radius were all killed. Shuo's massacre was like a bulldozer moving forward. Correspondingly, the astral beast corpses in his spatial ring had already piled up into a small mountain. The red light emitted by the dragon blood flying dagger became brighter and brighter. However, how could Shuo Duo be satisfied with the gains before his eyes? The range of his activities gradually expanded. Occasionally, when he sensed a small astral beast settlement, he would directly traverse a few dozen miles horizontally to other people's areas to clean up the large number of astral beasts before returning. In the monitoring room of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. On the screen, Xiang Chong, who was in second place, had already gained more than 300 astral beasts. It had soared to 327 in one breath. Just based on this number alone, if it had been in the previous years, he would have been the champion without a doubt. In such a short period of time, he had gained 327 astral beasts. The first place was already in the bag. However, looking at the first place in reality, a few teachers only felt depressed. They didn't even want to say anything. 9,495. No, 9,541. Fuck, it changed again. One of the teachers felt that his 3 views had been completely destroyed. It was simply. Could it be that the astral beasts that this brat encountered were all half dead? But there are so many of them. How could they all be like this? 300 miles passed in a flash. In front of him, a thick fog rose. Waves of fierce aura spread out from afar. If he continued forward, he would already be in the territory of the origin core realm astral beasts. However, Zhou Xiao Duo didn't even think and rushed in. This time, Zhou Xiao Duo didn't use any hidden weapons or swords. He directly used the dragon blood flying dagger. These origin core realm astral beasts in front of him were definitely more durable than the ones in front of him. Pu.3 huge pythons as thick as water tanks were the first to be killed. Zhou Xiao Duo killed each of them with a single slash and then threw them into his ring. However, this small movement had already alerted the surroundings. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Many more pythons appeared one after another. It was obvious that this was a gathering place of pythons. They had snow-white skin, beautiful patterns, and bright red horns on their heads. They were all early-stage origin core realm astral beasts. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. A strong smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. Seeing this, Zhou Xiao Duo hurriedly kept the dragon blood flying dagger. There was an introduction in the first grade of the heavens. The quality of the python meat was extremely good. After cooking, the taste was especially good. It was the best consumable in the first grade of the heavens. They had been purchasing it, but the supply still couldn't meet the demand. Also, the patterns on the python's skin were extremely beautiful. It was the favorite of the ladies in Fenghai City. If one had a piece of clothing made from the python's skin, not only would it add to the beauty, it would also be a symbol of status. However, because there was a python king in this area, it was extremely dangerous for those who didn't have enough cultivation to come here. They could easily lose their lives. However, those with higher cultivation didn't care about this little benefit. It was because of this that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Furthermore, this was the training area of the hidden dragon realm. Outsiders couldn't come in. These can't be recorded in the results. These are all the ways for me to make a fortune. Zhou Xiao Duo took out the cat spirit sword and used the drizzle sword art. Casually, silently, yet meticulously, he stabbed the python 7 inches and kept it in his spatial ring. Extremely meticulous. This was all money. Sword light flashed. At this moment, Zhou Xiao Duo was like a hard-working farmer who was tirelessly harvesting crops. They even started to sing. We, the common people, are so happy today. More than 500 pythons were collected by Zhou Xiao Duo without leaving a single one behind. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose in the distance. 2 gigantic snow-white snakes escaped into the depths of the cloud of dust as if they were risking their lives. They were the 2 python kings of this settlement. Seeing how ferocious Zhou Xiao Duo was, the Snake King, whose body was as thick as 3 water tanks, didn't even have the desire to fight. The first thought that came to its mind was to run away in a panic. How could it still care about whether it could afford to provoke the star beast inside? Zhou Xiao Duo shouted, "Hey! My money, where do you think you're going?" He quickly chased after them. The cat spirit sword pierced through the air and pierced the python 7 inches, nailing it to the ground. The python continued to struggle, but the cat's spirit sword was so sharp that the more it struggled, the more serious its injury would be. Xiao Duo didn't even look at the result after throwing the sword. He chased after the python king, who didn't care about its mate's life and death. With a leap, he blocked the python's path. He said disdainfully, "Is that your wife or your husband? You don't have the code of brotherhood in Jianghu. You only care about running away. You're really hateful." He casually gave the python king a crime and then punched it in the face. When the snake king saw that the god of death was at its door, it risked its life to counterattack. It swung its tail madly, but Xiaoduo's fist landed on its tail. Due to the impact, the tail was knocked back. Xiaoduo's first move was successful. He rushed forward and punched the snake's head 7 or 8 times in succession until the snake was dizzy. Only then did he lightly shatter the snake's brain. He couldn't destroy the integrity of its skin. He looked back at the other python and couldn't help but feel heartache. "Stop fighting. Fuck, I cut the skin. My money." He quickly put away the 2 python kings and took out the cat's spirit sword from the python's 7 inches. He shook it in his hand and it became spotless again. Following which, he continued to search the area vertically and horizontally in search of valuable items. An hour later, Xiao Duo left the area and rushed to the 11:00 direction. Although he was rushing to his destination, he still killed all the star beasts along the way. In the area that Xiao Duo had wreaked havoc, no star beasts dared to live in it for half a year. They were really slaughtered too cleanly, but at the 11:00 direction, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing had already met up. The 2 of them followed the basic rules. They were separated by a few hundred meters and sprinted to search. They seemed to be doing their own thing, but in fact, they were watching each other closely. The 2 of them were twins after all. Even if they walked together, no one would say anything. This kind of concern was only natural in the eyes of outsiders. However, along the way, the 2 of them didn't find anything noteworthy. Similarly, there were no signs of danger. With their current cultivation, they could basically fight a normal inner elixir realm practitioner. Dealing with these embryonic breathing realm star beasts was really not difficult. Xiang Bing finally took out her exclusive weapon. It was the same as Xiang Chang's, the Overlord's halberd. However, it was no wonder that Xiang Bing didn't usually take it out. As a girl, holding the Overlord's halberd in battle, the visual impact alone was already subversive. Compared to the long sword that Li Chenglong was used to, the Overlord's halberd was like an embroidery needle. The brother and sister duo rushed forward. The 2 of them rushed to the top of a hill and faced each other from a distance. They stood still with the Overlord's halberd in their hands, planning to rest for a while. With such a powerful Overlord's halberd as a weapon, its power was unparalleled. However, it also consumed a lot of energy. The 2 of them had to catch their breath. At this moment, in the forest on one side. Wow, what a coincidence! Xiao Duo laughed loudly and rushed out. What a coincidence! You guys have also killed your way here. How was it? How was your harvest? Chapter 428. On the other side of the dense forest, there was a pile of shrubbery that had been smashed into pieces. There was also a hole in the ground. The 5 people who were about to get up immediately lay down again. They looked at each other. Why is there another person here? Where did this guy come from? With this guy, wouldn't there be a change in this round? Not bad. Xiang Chong laughed. How about you? My harvest is average, but it's not a problem for me to get into the top 3. Xiao Duo smiled heroically and rushed up the mountain in one breath. He greeted Xiang Bing, Bing Dan, come, take a rest. I have food and drinks here, I have everything. As long as you want it, I will give it to you. Xiang Bing's face was red as she rushed over with the overlord halberd. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll chop you to death. Sua Xiaoduo laughed. Then, the three of them spread out an oilcloth on the top of the mountain. They took a variety of dishes and ate heartily. Sua Xiaoduo even opened 2 bottles of wine. Come. Let's drink to relieve our fatigue. For a moment, the aroma of wine filled the air. The 5 people in the pit in the bushes almost broke their teeth. Damn, they thought this was a cushy job. After killing Xiang Chong, the 5 of them would enjoy Xiang Bing, and then leave her corpse in the wilderness. But now, the script was not going in the right direction. They were eating and drinking there, and they were at the top of the mountain, looking down from above, in full view of everyone. They couldn't do anything. The 5 of them could only eat dirt in the pit. Their mentality was seriously unbalanced. After a while, he heard the 3 people's unscrupulous and boisterous conversation coming one after another. How much exactly? Xiang Chong asked. Me? I have at least 5,000 to 6,000 heads in my account. Sua Xiaoduo laughed heartily. He actually hid the number. Amazing. I'm not even close to 3,000. I'm only a little over 2,700, Xiang Bing said. Come on. There's always a gap between people. Wahahaha. Sua Xiaoduo laughed smugly. But don't be careless. Xiang Bing was unconvinced and said, the number of star beasts that you have harvested is definitely the number of embryonic breathing realm star beasts. I estimate that by nighttime at most, the embryonic breathing realm spiritual beasts will be wiped out. After that, it will be the real time to compete. No matter how many there are, they can't overcome the advantage of quality. Xiang Bing said, as long as the others catch more primal core astral beasts, your score will not be higher than theirs. Sua Xiaoduo waved his hand. If they can do it, why can't I continue to do it? It can't be that they're the only ones doing it while we sleep leisurely, right? That's true. What do we do next? Xiang Chong asked. Bing Dan was right about something just now. If we continue to hunt star beasts in the embryonic breathing realm now, there is indeed not much meaning. Sua Xiaoduo raised his wine cup and toasted her. He downed it in one gulp and said, let's rest here for a while and replenish our energy. When it's cooler in the afternoon, we will enter the Primal Core Realm area and specifically target the Primal Core Realm star beasts. Xiang Bing frowned and said, the places where the Primal Core Realm star beasts live are mostly areas with complicated terrains and dense fog. Usually, the fog is poisonous. Won't it be dangerous to go in rashly? Sua Xiaoduo said, what are you afraid of? Xiang Chong and I are both here. When the time comes, you will be in the middle, Xiang Chong will be 300 meters to the left, and I will be 300 meters to the right. The 3 of us will take care of each other. What can happen? Even if there is an unforeseen event, we will shout a warning. The 3 of us will quickly rush out together. What danger can we not handle? Sua Xiaoduo took on the responsibility. Listen to me. It will definitely be correct. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's eyes lit up. They said that would be the best. The 5 people in the hole heard this strategy clearly. They could not help but look at each other. If that was the case, then it would be great. It would be best to drag it out until nighttime. It would be easier to move. Although Sua Xiaoduo and the others were discussing loudly, there was nothing suspicious. This was because the students of the Hidden Dragon High School all discussed like this. There was nothing shameful about it. Individual actions did not completely separate them from the group. Discussion was one thing. As long as you fought the star beasts alone, you could record your own results. Even if there were many people watching from the side, as long as you fought alone, it was your own gain. This was not a conflict. A few hundred meters away, there were a few pairs of students discussing as well. Their voices were also very loud. They could also hear it clearly here. This was the training ground. When the meteors in the sky were constantly smashing down, it was simply too normal. Because if your voice was too soft, your companions would not be able to hear it. As for when there was danger and unforeseen events, it was only right and reasonable for them to work together to deal with it. Under the gaze of the 5 people who looked like they were about to spit fire, the 3 of them actually started resting from 10:00 in the morning until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A full 7 hours passed just like that. The 5 of them could only lie down in the hole. They did not dare to move at all. They also had to guard against the falling meteors from the sky and whether they would hit their heads or bodies. Xiao Duo and the others could casually slap the meteors away while drinking wine. However, they could not. Even if they did not take it head-on, their movements could not be too big. After 7 hours of hiding, their waists were already stiff from lying on the ground. On the hillside, the 3 people's gazes were focused on them as they drank and chatted. It was as if they were admiring the scenery. This was so fucking infuriating. Finally, the sun set in the west. The weather gradually became cooler and the night breeze blew gently. The 3 men who were drinking on the hillside also stood up one by one. Let's go. Let's go. Xiangbing, you'll be in the middle later. If anything happens, you must shout. Xiao Duo commanded on the spot. Okay. The 5 people below were so angry that their stomachs swelled. This brat is here to make things more difficult for us, isn't he? But it doesn't matter. Since you insist on coming, we'll take care of you as well. Even if you're the champion of the Dragon and Tiger ranking tournament, how talented are you? After all, you've only entered the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy for a few days. How much cultivation can you have? In front of an absolute difference in cultivation level, you're still a little brother. Straight ahead. Don't go astray, Xiao Duo reminded again as if he was worried. I understand, Xiangbing nodded. Roar. Xiao Duo let out a strange cry and took the lead to rush down the hillside. Xiang Chong and Xiangbing also jumped up and left the hilltop. After a long while, the other side finally moved. What should we do? Should we move immediately? Let's wait a little longer. We'll move around and rest for a while. We'll move around 10 p.m. The 5 people were all wearing the uniform of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. It's too early. There might be an accident. 10 p.m. is still too early. I think so too. Then let's do it at midnight or after midnight. Let's do it at 2 a.m. This is the time when normal people are the most tired and their willpower is the weakest. We have the highest chance of success. We must finish it on the first day and retreat quickly. Otherwise, when they gather on the 3rd day and start searching, we won't be able to hide at all. There'll be endless trouble. Understood. Number 2 and 3, you guys go and deal with number 1. He said, crush him directly. I'll confirm again. That bastard is called Xiao Duo. He's the champion of the Dragon and Tiger ranking tournament. His strength is far above Xiang Chong and Xiangbing. You 2 go all out and kill him in the shortest time possible. Understand? Understood. Number 4 and 5, you 2 go and deal with Xiang Chong. The same way you dealt with Xiao Duo. Don't give them a chance to call for help. The 4 of them were silent for a moment. What did the boss mean? Did this mean that he was going to deal with Xiangbing by himself? Did he plan to take it all for himself? Do it by himself? There's no share for us. The boss looked at the four people's faces and immediately understood what they were thinking. He said angrily, "What are you thinking? Are you afraid that I'll take it all for myself? The way I'm doing it now is the most effective and fastest way to kill the target. If the five of us were to move together, wouldn't I be the one to go first? Do you have any objections? Or are you unhappy? What are you talking about? Boss, you should be the first." The other four laughed lasciviously. As long as the boss didn't take it all for himself. What they were afraid of was that the boss would kill them with a slap after having his fun. That would be boring. Don't keep thinking about this. This matter is very important. I'm telling you, if we mess it up, none of us will be able to escape. Dying without a burial ground is considered a light punishment. Of course. Boss, have you planned the retreat route? Of course. As long as we complete this mission, we will immediately leave Fenghai. This place is already outside the city. In the next 2 days, we will cross 10,000 miles and hide our identities. I have already prepared a new identity for all of us. After that, we just need to wait for the money to be transferred to our account. 1 billion. Brothers, this time, I won't take much. We 5 brothers will take 200 million each. For the sake of our harmony for the rest of our lives, we will split it equally. The boss smiled and said, "I don't want to quarrel with all of you for a little money in the future." How could we? The 5 brothers were all smiles. Since everything was ready, then let's do this mission and fight for a lifetime of support. Let's find a clean place and wait for the target. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing each did their own thing and walked forward, maintaining the same pace. In this way, Zhuo Xiaoduo's harvest speed slowed down. In the monitoring room of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School, seeing that this guy had finally slowed down, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. He stopped for 7 to 8 hours and started again. But the speed of gaining points is much slower. Yes, he should be injured. He doesn't dare to act recklessly like before. I think he must have encountered a high-level primordial core realm star beast. I think so too. Even if he is injured, with the resources on him, he should be able to recover, right? Is there a need to inform Teacher Wen? Chapter 429. I don't think it's necessary for the time being. He's starting to kill star beasts again. Even though his speed is slower than before, his growth rate is still about the same as Li Changlong's, who is ranked second. I feel that his speed is already very fast. That's true. Let's wait for a while. If his speed continues to decrease, we'll have to inform Teacher Wen Xingtian to go over and take a look. If he's really injured and we don't report it in time, it'll delay our plan. That's right. We still have to pay close attention to this Zhuo Xiaoduo. The sky was getting darker, and Zhuo Xiaoduo and the other two were getting deeper and deeper into the forest. The star beasts that appeared now were already very difficult to deal with compared to Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. Their strength was basically at the late stage of the early stage origin core realm. Occasionally, there would be mid-stage origin core realm beasts. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing had already been injured several times. There was even one time when they were surrounded by a group of star beasts. It wasn't easy for them to break out of the encirclement. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't dare to ask for too much help. Even though the star beasts weren't difficult for him to deal with, he still pretended to be very tired and embarrassed. From time to time, he would cry out, "Aw," in a miserable voice. Fuck. He was very angry. So many. He was very frightened. Run. Come and help. Hence, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing really did come over. Then, the three of them shouted together, rising and falling one after another. Ah! Too many. Too fierce. Come and help. It had to be said that Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's acting skills were at least a galaxy away from Zhuxiaodui's. Not to mention outstanding voice and emotion, they didn't even have the slightest bit of style. They were completely lifeless. However, the three of them continued to kill and kill along the way. They used real swords and spears, killing and chopping. They didn't care about acting, and they were completely immersed in the battle. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing felt that this trial was going very smoothly. They kept pressing the harvesting points on the trial communicator, almost forgetting that there were still enemies coveting them. Zhuxiaoduo was really impressed by the brother and sister's careless temperament. Fortunately, you two grew up in a big family. Otherwise, the grass on your grave would have grown into a towering tree by now. What time is it? It was Xiang Chong's voice. 10:30 p.m., Xiang Bing replied. I'm a little tired, said Xiang Chong. Hold on a little longer. Otherwise, we might not be able to get into the top 3. Xiang Bing was also very tired, but she still encouraged Xiang Chong. How dare the two of you covet the top 3? Zhuxiaoduo snorted. Between the two of you, at most, only one of you can go in. Meng Zhangjun might not necessarily be inferior to Xiang Chong. The second place would definitely be Li Chenglong. Zhuxiaoduo knew Li Chenglong's ability better than anyone else. That guy was very meticulous. He could guess what kind of star beast was here just by looking at a blade of grass. Who could compare with such a talent? If not for Zhuxiaoduo's cultivation and combat strength being much stronger than Li Chenglong's, even Zhuxiaoduo wouldn't have the confidence to defeat Li Chenglong. There were many new students in Hidden Dragon High School. There were 24 classes, with a minimum of 36 people in each class. 700 to 800 people were scattered in this area, but there was basically no one to be seen. The trial area was really too big. As time passed, the gap between each class would only widen. All the students were trying their best to harvest their credits. The more the better. Even if they couldn't get into the rankings, it was still a harvest. It was also a resource for the future. No matter what, they couldn't be left too far behind. At the very least, they had to have enough credits. If they were left behind once, they would be left behind again and again. Others would never stop and wait for you. The same batch of students who entered the school had the same background. Some of them had become generals in the Sun Moon Pass, but some of them weren't even squadron leaders. This kind of thing could be found everywhere. Most of the students who were promoted to Hidden Dragon High School were outstanding in the martial arts schools they came from. Naturally, no one wanted to be left behind. They persisted until after midnight. Zhuxiaoduo felt that it was about time. He began to consciously move closer to the center. If it were me, how would I do it? If I were to do this, I would definitely do it on the first night, because I still need time to escape. My own life is more valuable than other people's. So I would prepare everything for my escape, including identity, money, route, and possible supply points. If it were me, when would I choose to do it on the first night? After midnight and before 3:00 in the morning. Before midnight is too early, and after 3:00 is too late. If I do it after 3:00, the darkest time before 4:30 is not enough for me to run too far. Once dawn comes, it will be too easy for me to be discovered. And the most tiring time for a human's body is between midnight and 3:00. It is also during this time that one's vigilance is the lowest. Zhuxiaoduo had already thought about all of this countless times. Every possibility, every hypothesis, they had all been calculated. He put himself in this state of mind, put himself in that state of mind, and calculated everything, no matter how big or small. He had already determined countless variables and had countermeasures for all of them. He didn't miss anything. Now, Xiao Duo was on Xiang Bing's left, about 200 meters away. Xiang Chong, who was on Xiang Bing's right, was also about 200 meters away. Time passed little by little. There were more and more meteors in the sky. However, other than the sound of meteors hitting the ground, there were fewer and fewer movements on the ground. It was already 1:30. Xiao Duo faintly felt that something was wrong. The small insects that were flying behind him suddenly became disorderly. This meant that someone was coming. Had they finally started to act? Xiao Duo was stunned. He snorted in his heart and pretended that he didn't know anything. He scolded, "Where are the star beasts in this broken place? We've been walking for more than 10 minutes. Why can't I even smell the stench?" At this moment, there was a slight sound of wind breaking behind him. At the same time, an aura instantly locked onto Xiao Duo. As a martial artist, Xiao Duo was naturally alert. He immediately turned around and said, "Why are you two here? I don't need your help here." He looked indifferent. It seemed that he thought that Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing had come. Suddenly, two black shadows appeared simultaneously. Two sharp swords flickered with cold light as they ruthlessly stabbed towards Xiaoduo's body. At this moment, they were very close to each other. In addition, it happened so suddenly. Xiao Duo, who was only in the innate stage, had no chance of surviving against two mid-stage inner core stage martial artists. Xiao Duo was definitely going to die. The two sharp swords pierced toward him like poisonous snakes. They were going to kill him in one hit. But at this moment, two soft clangs rang out, and the two sharp swords simultaneously pierced a large iron hammer that had appeared out of nowhere. Then, there was a rumbling sound. Hammer. Hammer technique. At this moment, Xiao Duo, who had been preparing for a long time, unleashed his acting skills. He smashed the two hammers that he had been accumulating power for a long time while he screamed in pain. "Ah!" His scream stopped halfway. It was as if someone had cut his throat with a sword and stopped abruptly. As for the two hammers, they had already turned into a whirlwind. One of them was sent flying along with his sword without making a sound. He was severely injured and on the verge of death. The moment his body was sent flying into the air, Xiao Duo kept him back into the Tower of Annihilation. The sword of the other man was instantly broken. While he was still in shock, he tried his best to dodge. Unfortunately, the heavy hammer came again and smashed onto his shoulder. Even though he was in the middle stage of the inner core realm, he could not block it. With a light cracking sound, his shoulder immediately shattered. Before he could even scream, the tip of a sword had already pierced through his back. Then, a fist hit his face. What followed was a soft and gentle hit on the head with a hammer. He fainted immediately. They thought that they had caught their opponents off guard and that victory was in their hands. However, they did not expect that they were not the ones who were caught off guard. Xiao Duo used all his strength in the first strike. The one who was sent flying did not even think of capturing him alive. If he was lucky, he would live. If he was unlucky, he would be sent to the other world. If he was not killed by the hammer. It was hard to say who was lucky. After throwing the unconscious one into the Tower of Annihilation, Xiao Duo took the time to look. He realized that the first one was not dead and was struggling for his life inside. Xiao Duo rushed in and hit him on the head, knocking him out successfully. He could not let them commit suicide. After more than 20 years, he had only caught 2 of them alive. They were too precious and hard to come by. Then, he quickly rushed to the other side as if he was flying. When he passed by Xiangbing, he saw a man in black carrying her out. It was obvious that even though this girl was on full alert, she had still been successfully ambushed. Damn, this was too useless. If it wasn't for Zhuo Duo, this operation would have been a guaranteed success. Another horrifying tragedy. However, Zhuo Duo did not attack directly. Instead, he quietly went around and moved to Xiangchong. At the same time, he crushed the jade of astral souls given to him by Wenxingtian. Xiangbing's life was not in danger for the time being. That guy definitely wanted to have some fun, and having fun was the goal of their trip. Zhuo Duo was very sure of this from the beginning. However, if this guy really wanted to have fun, he would need some time to prepare. However, after assessing the strength of the two people with him, Zhuo Duo realized that if he delayed for even a second, Xiangchong might die on the spot. With the brother and sister's vigilance, Zhuo Duo did not dare to have any hope. Sure enough, on the other side, Xiangchong was roaring angrily. Blood was spurting out of his body. He was obviously seriously injured. Two black figures surrounded Xiangchong. Their hands were shining coldly and their movements were as agile as ghosts. At the border, Wenxingtian's body, which had been accumulating energy for a long time, soared into the sky. With a single leap, he soared 1,000 meters into the air, bringing with him an extremely sharp whistling sound. His movement speed was even faster than the speed of sound. The air behind him started to burn. It actually created a long fire dragon in the night sky. This was a sign of air fire that could only appear when one's speed reached a certain level. Wenxingtian's speed was already shocking at this moment. The overwhelming aura of the imperial spirit was like the blue sky suddenly collapsing. It instantly suppressed the whole place. Isn't it awesome? Monthly votes. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.